Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our second day of the KM conference. Our first day was a multi-speaker that was yesterday, and I think from the reaction we got from people, it was an enjoyable and fruitful day. So we have now 5 sessions of in-depth we call it workshop, but they are in-depth sessions on various aspects of KM. But to give you a little introduction about Unicom, we are a conference and training company, and we also do some publications. We have been in business for a long while, from 1984, and we are KM. We had been very strong in the 1980s. So we have been in KM, DevOps, testing area, Agile, and low code for a very long time. So we had 2 good conferences yesterday, one on Test Expo, and this one, the first day of KM. So today we will go in for the workshop. And the KM presenters, I will introduce them, but they will go into details of the various aspects. So we will start in about 10 o'clock. And I see you can put your questions in the chat, and the speaker will also see it, or I'll read it out for them. So let's make it a very interactive day, and hopeful, enjoyable, and useful for you also. Good morning again, and we are back starting the day. We have Grace and Nicholas from NHS Resolve, and they are going to do a session on developing an information management strategy. They are both involved in knowledge management. Leave it to Grace and Nicholas to start the day, and hope you have enjoyable time. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to start by introducing myself. So I am Nicholas Smith, and I'm the Head of Knowledge and Information Management at NHS Resolution. And my role is to ensure information records and knowledge management is maintained, retained, and compliant with all the relevant acts and laws that we need to follow. So I'm going to hand over to Grace to introduce herself.
Great, thanks, Nicholas. So I'm the knowledge manager at NHS Resolution, so member of Nicholas's team. Large part of my role is to kind of develop, review knowledge and information management policy, procedure, guidance, but also put into place various kind of knowledge capture initiatives around the organisation as well. So that's also a big part of my role.
Thank you, Grace. So the first workshop and session today is going to be looking at how to build and develop a knowledge and information management strategy. We have got a little mural board, so I'm going to ask Grace to load that up, and I will put in the chat the link to it, so people can, if it decides to work, that is. Sorry, 2 seconds. My system has decided to not work on me for a second, so I'll just get. Could you share the link, Grace?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not sure why mine's decided not to work. Technology, a good session for today. So what we're going to be going through is looking through how to build a strategy and looking at the 4 main elements that are involved in building the strategy. So what we're going to do is ask people to put on post-it notes and comments their thoughts and any questions that they may have regarding the different sections of how to build and where to start with a strategy. It's going to be about 10 minutes for each section, and then we're going to leave plenty of ample time at the end for lots of questions that may arise. I'm going to be asking Grace to help me facilitate and keep me to time, so please do tell me off, Grace, if I'm going off in a tangent. That would be fantastic. Thank you very much. I just want to, before we jump into it, just start with one of the really important things, and we covered this yesterday around the KIM function, is having a strategy so senior leaders can really see what the tangibles are, because quite often knowledge professionals, information records, whichever part of the wider KIM profession you are, people outside of it don't quite understand it. So when you've got that strategy, it shows people those tangibles, it shows them what actually you're going to deliver. And one of the first things to always consider is, how long does this strategy need to be over? And that will then feed into the resource and timeline element as we go through. So I just wanted to talk very quickly there at the beginning about why it's really important, and for you and your colleagues across the organisation, because it helps the organisation understand where the function is and where it's going. So we're going to start with the purpose and current situation. Now, this is actually probably your most critical step, because if you don't know the purpose of why you're bringing in the strategy, then you don't know what to put in it. If you don't know where the current situation is, where needs improving, what the issues are, it's going to be difficult and difficult to get that buy-in. Sorry, Grace, can you just zoom into?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. So as I've said throughout, please do fill in some post-it notes. I have put some blank ones there to start with. Sorry, I do like purple. It is the KIM's colour, so I've used a lot of purple. So let's start with the purpose. So what is the purpose of a KIM function? What is the purpose of what we're looking to deliver? Now, this can vary from organisation to organisation. So one of the first things I'd say is, okay, what are our obligations? What legally do we need to do? Is it in the public sector and we need to transfer records to the National Archives? Is it a financial organisation that has certain laws and regulations under the, or things set out by the Financial Conduct Authority? What is the purpose? What are we actually looking to achieve here? Is it also our internal policies? Is it our retention schedules, making sure people are following that? What is the purpose about setting out a KIM, the KIM strategy? So once you've thought about that purpose and you've started to sort of understand what you need as a team, as an organisation, you can then start to assess and judge the current situation. So when we start looking at the current situation, one of the first things that really needs to be done is actually going out to the business itself. Find out what is going on, how they are doing things, because quite often you'll find information like, why is retention not being followed? Why is disposal not being followed? Well, actually, it's the system itself is maybe blocking them from doing some of these activities. So actually, it's not that users don't want to do it. It's they might not know how, they might not have the facilities to be able to do this stuff. So one of the critical steps in judging the current situation is actually that user feedback, is actually the people who are doing it in the wider organization. And until you know that element, it's going to be quite a struggle to know what the current situation is. So that's what kind of almost first step into judging the current situation and looking into it. The second step is taking that professional's view. Okay, what aren't we doing? You know, as part of our purpose for, say, a public sector organization, we need to transfer to TNA. Are we doing that? Are we keeping up to the timescales that are set out in the legislation? And that's all about then judging that current situation, where you are, what might need to be possibly improved. And it's about then building upon that current situation of where you are, that you can then start to see what might be needed in the strategy further down the line. And the almost that third step in judging the current situation is, what do senior leaders want? What do they want to see? Because the ultimate aim at the end of it is to get them to sign off your strategy. So if you're missing key elements of their requirements, of their needs from that very beginning, it's going to fall down before you at the very end. So it's a really important element is, yes, that consultation from the business, but consultation from almost yourselves as professionals, but also then that senior leadership buy-in. And it's that point you can then go, okay, is our policies fit for purpose? Because you've got all of that feedback, you can then judge that against, are the policies fit for purpose? Are our procedures fit for purpose? Is the guidance actually helping staff? Is it sort of actually directing staff in that right way? So it's not until you've done those first three elements, as I mentioned, that you can actually really investigate and judge that current situation. So you almost have to do a report yourselves before building the strategy to know where the gaps are, where the problems are, what's working well, what's not working well, what are future requirements coming up, because that's what you'll get through a lot of the consultation. Oh, we've got this coming up in 6 months' time. Okay, that's a new document repository where potentially knowledge could be kept, or information or records. Okay, what do we need to do to make sure we can provide that support? So these are all the things when you're judging that current situation. It's almost, as I say, the good, the bad, the ugly. Okay, what is it that we need to do as an organization? So that's really looking at the purpose and current situation, is actually delving into all of those different separate elements, and making sure that you've got an accurate picture of the situation. Now, I have done this in a number of organizations that I've worked for in the years, and generally in about week 3 or 4, they've said, say, tell me how bad it is. And I give them the truth. They generally don't like it. And they say, right, build us a strategy. So this is all of that first step before you actually start to build it. It really is about that sort of complexity around where everything is, what's missing, what's potentially needed. And that report is what then helps you build that strategy. I'm going to pause there. I don't know if you had any thoughts or anything you wanted to add, Grace.
Yeah, just to echo what you've said, really. I think, mentioning around that sort of user feedback is really important, and getting that feedback sort of across the organization, different teams, but also different levels within the organization as well, understanding from senior leaders what they might want from their team, but also users of particular systems and that kind of thing, and making sure that they, everyone's kind of having a voice, so we can understand where maybe some of the issues are and some of the gaps are. So very much just to echo that, really, and to say as well that every strategy is going to be different, because every organization is different, and everyone has their own mission, their own purpose for why the organization exists in the first place. So, the strategy very much has to be tailored to that, and tailored to the kind of aims that the organization would like to put in place around knowledge and information management, and providing that kind of KIM support.
Brilliant. Thank you, Grace. Does anyone have any questions or queries, or, you know, how they, you know, it could be around your own organizations and maybe implementing something like this before we move on to the next section? No. Okay.
There might be just one question in the chat. Oh no, it just says no, but great. Thanks, good point.
Yeah.
And someone says that appreciate it's part of your everyday terminology, but calling it Kim is very confusing.
Yeah, and yeah, apologies for that. I'll stop doing that. Kim is an acronym for Knowledge and Information Management, and I can see where that confusion's come, because in one organisation everyone thought my name was Kim for 3 months because everyone just kept saying Kim. So apologies for that. I'll stop using the acronym and say Knowledge and Information Management. If everyone's happy, we'll move on to the vision.
It does become habitual, doesn't it? Saying Kim, I'm very much used to it as well.
Yeah.
When when everyone calls you the sort of Kim team around the organisation. So I'll do my best as well to not use the acronym.
So we now come on to starting to build the strategy, and this is where, you know, I talk about the vision, because that's actually the key step, is actually what's the scale of the issue. So, and that's one thing, but there's also a second thing. Is this the first time you're doing a strategy? Is this a follow-on strategy? Now, there's all different elements you need to consider here. So one of the first things to consider in the vision is actually how much needs doing. So for instance, in one organization that I've worked for in the past, there was so much that needed to be improved and done that actually we split it into two. So we had the knowledge and records management strategy, and we had the data and information management strategy. And the reason for that was trying to put it all into one would have been too much, because there's something a lot of people don't realize, but a strategy is a statement of intent. It doesn't say how you're actually going to do the work. It just says what you want to achieve at the end of a particular set time period. So when setting out the vision, it's not saying we're going to do this, 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 and this. It's saying we intend to improve our email management by introducing some of the following elements. It's a really key factor, because it's the frameworks that sit under your strategy. It's those policies and procedures that sit under it that are actually how you're going to do those bits of work. Now, one of the big reasons for that in the vision section is actually one of the big things for that in the vision section, as I was saying, is that you don't want to force yourself down a route that doesn't end up working, because what you're looking to do with the strategy is improve what you've currently already got, or implement things that should be done that aren't done. So it's not the how you're going to do it with the vision, it's what do we want to achieve, and where do we want to be as an organization at the end of that set period of time. So it's probably the most common mistake I see with a strategy is people say they're gonna, oh, this is how we're going to do a piece of work, and go far too detailed. So sorry for emphasizing that bit quite a bit there, but it is, as I say, the most common mistake that I see when people build a strategy. It's a statement of intent, not the detail on how to do the bits of work. So when we are looking at the vision, it's okay, what do we need? Do we need to split it into two strategies? Is that what needs doing from all of that investigational work we've done in that first step too much? Is it actually small tweaks, and we have it into have it as a knowledge and information management strategy as a whole? So it's kind of a really sort of important step, because that's the step where you decide where you're going, how you're going, what is it the business wants. And it is so unique to everyone because every business is different, it has different requirements. So once you've considered that element of it, and you've got that almost introduction written for your strategy, this is our vision, this is where we're going, this is it. You can then start to break the strategy down into the key components. So the key components are looking at the different elements that might be needed. So for instance, if we looked at knowledge management, are there any knowledge capturing programs in the organization? So if there aren't any, that's going to be a key component. We need to do knowledge capturing within the organization, and here are some of the ways that we can do that: introducing a knowledge management cycle, introducing success criteria, introducing lots of different ways that we can help improve that capturing. Now, and this is where I talk about not putting the detail in, because the detail underneath some of that might be introducing levers packs and how you would introduce those and what would go into those levers packs. But in the actual strategy itself, you're saying we're going to improve the knowledge capture of those leaving the organization, not necessarily the detail of it. So the key component there for that one would be knowledge capture. So that would be one of the key components within that strategy on where to go. Another one could be for a public sector organization that transfer of records to the National Archives as required under the Public Records Act hasn't happened. Okay, that's a key component, and it's called legacy records under the National Archives terms. And if you're not doing that, that's a big issue. That's non-compliance for an organization that is bound by that act. So actually that would be a key component. We need to put that in there. So it's one of those things when you're starting to think about the key components is what's the big headlines, and that's what the key components are. Now, I always say if you've got more than 4 key components, you're probably going to need to split it into 2 strategies. And that's the way I would generally look at it, is actually if there are more than 4 key components within that strategy, then actually I need to split it. I need to make it 2 separate strategies to make it manageable, but also make it more understandable for senior leaders so they can see what that vision is for those different bits. And they might then say, okay, that side of it is more a higher priority, and the second strategy will look to implement in 6 or 9 months' time. So it's a really, as I say, it's really important when looking at those key components, but it's not watering them down. And I've seen people try and do that to make it all fit into one strategy. What happens there is you lose key components, you lose key pieces of work, and you ultimately can potentially come non-compliant with a particular law or act that you need to follow. And one of the ones where I've seen this fall down quite often is, data protection covers everything we do these days. No matter what other profession you're in, data protection has a role to play in it. So if we took one of the key components of records management and someone's tried watering that element down, actually you could misplace personal data as a role that then could cause you to get a fine. So it's one of those things when it comes to those key components, is not to water it down, is to make sure it's factual. It's to take everything from that investigation. So later on, if you're questioned about it by senior leaders, why are you putting that in? Here's our evidence. It's an old saying that I got from CSI, which is the evidence doesn't lie. The evidence doesn't have an opinion. The evidence is just the evidence. Apologies for using a CSI reference. My wife may watch it like 5 times a year so I kind of know the program off by heart at this stage. So it's really good for the key components is to analyze and use that evidence, and you'll see this throughout, that actually you go back and use other sections that you've already done from previous, and this is why it's done in this particular order. So we're getting to that point where we've got that vision, we've got those key components in place, and now we need to start to build on that. But before we do go on to building onto that, I just want to talk about the introduction to the strategy, because this is where you're putting all of that vision in. Too many people, I've seen this, and I hate to say the word waffle, but waffle too much in that section. Keep it short, sharp, and to the point. A strategy is supposed to be something a senior leader can read in 15 minutes. So because you want to put as much as what you're going to do with the improvements in that statement and intent below, with the introduction, it's this is what we want to do, this is what we want to achieve. That vision needs to be as short as possible. And a lot of the ones that I've done, they are generally less than sort of half a page. It sets out what we need to achieve, it sets out that vision with then the key components coming below. And I think that's a really important thing to sort of highlight in this section, that introduction into the strategy at the very beginning is where the vision is, and where you want to grab your audience, because if you can grab them in that first stage, they'll read the rest of it. If you can't, they won't, and you'll never go anywhere. So again, I'm going to pause at this element for vision and key components for building a knowledge and information management strategy. Actually, sorry, I should have passed over to Grace for comments and questions. Sorry, Grace.
No, it's okay. I was just going to pick up on your point really about keeping things sort of concise and the length of the strategy, both in this vision section and sort of overall as well. We have created sort of, I guess, frameworks for the different things that we have implemented, the different components, and kind of a bit more detail on the resource timelines, that kind of thing, for each individual element then of the strategy, which has worked very well in terms of there are going to be different stakeholders for all the different things that you're kind of implementing. So that's worked well to kind of provide that separate document, but have more of a kind of a concise overview of those main aims and those main goals you're looking to achieve in the strategy. So yeah, just wanted to mention sort of the frameworks really. But we do have some comments and questions in the chat. So we've got a question from Michael saying, how important is it to define what are knowledge touch points? Coming from knowledge management is well defined, but if it's not well understood, then we are targeting the wrong behaviors.
I think that almost becomes in the detail of what you're looking to implement, and actually within the strategy itself, it's more about that statement of intent rather than actually the touch points. That comes at the next stage once the strategy is approved. A lot of this, and we'll cover that in the timeline and resources, then how do you get it approved, your strategy? And we're going to cover that bit and the tactics and techniques I've used over the years. And all but the first one I did have got through first time as a result of using some of those techniques and tactics through what I learned from the first one that I built to these, all quite a long time ago at this point. I don't want to say how long ago because it'll show how old I am. Yes.
Great. And we've also got, would you be able to kind of share a relevant example of a situation where, as head of knowledge management, you kind of manage conflict with other corporate leaders who resist this change?
Yes. So I mentioned this yesterday, but when I first turned up at one of my organizations, I actually got told by one of the directors, I don't see the need for you or your function. Which was a nice week too in joining the business. But they later on became our biggest cheerleader and saw the absolute value in that. So it's a lot of the time they see it as extra work on top of their work. So, and that's the main conflict you have to deal with. They see it as extra. It's not something that's going to make their work better, easier, and support their work. By doing this small piece here for 10-30 seconds, it could save you 2 hours in a few weeks' time. So a lot of it about dealing with that conflict is showing how it's going to benefit them. And a big thing about knowledge and information management professionals is we have to just continuously show benefits. What's it going to do? How's it going to improve the daily working lives of individuals across the organization? So the conflicts is a difficult one, because I approach it differently depending on who I'm approaching and what part of the business they're from, because it will very much depend on how it's going to be for them. Now, in some of the other corporate functions, it's a little bit of sort of people can sometimes think you're encroaching on their territory. It's about, you know, that reassurance that you're not. This is actually something that's meant to work in tandem with them, not against them. So again, dealing with conflict it very much depends on each different situation. I've had to deal with a lot of it as a head over the years. I've had a lot of people saying, as I've mentioned, this is extra work. We don't see why we need to do this. It's not extra work. It's actually work that brings a benefit, or actually it's something we have to do legally, you know, or something of that sort of nature. So it's kind of a really difficult question to answer. But I think the best example I could give is the individual that was quite stark against there being knowledge and information management at all in the organization, to being the biggest champion that I had by the end. And I think that was really done by a lot of work, a lot of meetings, a lot of analysis of showing how it's improved things. And, you know, and one of the things was, you know, decision making on average would take generally, I think it was 10 working days. By having better knowledge management, I think it was reduced to 3. If I remember correctly. And it's things like that which all saves everyone's time in meetings, because the knowledge is there from that very beginning. Sorry, I know that's a very long answer, but it's quite a complicated question.
That's great. Thanks, Nicholas. And kind of a follow-on question as well, which I think very much kind of relates to your previous answer, but how important is it to engage with the business and use storytelling for this?
I think for the strategy, you shouldn't be using storytelling, because the strategy is meant to be a statement of intent. That comes in the engagement piece and the investigational piece previously, about, you know, what can be done and what needs to be done. It also comes in at that time when you're looking to sort of get the strategy approved. But within the strategy itself, it shouldn't be in there.
Great. And we've got having the conversations with management can be a sticking point to progress and implementation. Any tips for this would be appreciated. I know you've kind of covered some of this already, but if you have any further tips on it at all.
I'm going to cover this in more detail in the final section, so I'm not going to spoil the final section for now, but I will cover that question as we get into that timeline and resource management, about the communications and what I did with senior leaders and how I got them to approve the strategy on the first attempt. So, and I think that's a really important thing, because if you don't get them first time, it can sometimes take a year to get it through. If you can get them first time, you can then run with it and hide away and they forget about you, and you're just then doing it all.
Great. And we've got a couple more questions in the chat. I think it's good that we've been talking about sort of a lot of leadership engagement. So Kim's asking, when you have leadership engagement, but you can't get staff to buy in, how do you address that strategically?
So staff buy-in is the most difficult element, if I'm going to be honest. And one of the things that again comes into that resource and timeline element towards the end, is what do you do for staff engagement? And that, how do you get staff engaged? How do you get people to do it? So some of the ways that I've done it in organizations is set up training. We've set up drop-in sessions. We've even done currently in our current organization a dodgy cartoon for people to watch for 90 seconds, because a lot more people want to watch a video rather than hear someone speak these days. And that's been really, really popular, and actually is, I think, one of the 10 most clicked things in our organization at this point in time, which, if you think about, you know, people wanting to learn about HR and their policies and all of that stuff, that's a real achievement, actually. So with staff engagement, it's about really drawing them in a way to show them the benefits about how it's going to make their lives easier. The traditional comms are good to a point, but most people, if you've got an organizational newsletter, less than 30% read it. It's still good to put it in there, but it's not where your target comms is going to be. Everyone always looks at if there's a staff address. So if one of the senior leaders gets up and speaks once a month or quarterly or something, so it's sometimes good to get the plugs in there because you get a bigger, wider audience. But a lot of it comes down to, this is going to make your lives easier if you do this. There's some people you can never take on that journey. No matter how much it's going to make their lives better, how much you can support them, you just get that resistance. But I've always said, if you can get around 70% of people on the journey with you, it will be more than a success. And a lot of the way we've done that is training, you know, and, you know, for a particular non-mandatory, so it's non-mandatory, we've had over 50% of the organisation come and take a particular set of training, which generally for something non-mandatory, if you can get 10%, that's good. So to get over 50% can, you know, because it's that word of mouth, they speak to their colleague, oh, that was a great bit of training I went and done with knowledge and information management team. I want to go, you know, I'd recommend you go. And you suddenly see it go from 1 or 2 people turning up to the training every week to it selling out. And that is the big way of getting that staff engagement, is word of mouth. It's about those small things where you can drag in those few people that then go and talk about how good it is. It's a tough thing to do because some people just won't want to do it. But we've got lots of good ways we've tried to get people on that journey.
Definitely. And I think, like you say, with the training, we quite often have sort of team leaders come along and they think, oh, actually, my team would benefit from this. And they kind of, instead of encouraging the team to come to the session, they ask us to go to their team meeting essentially and deliver it as well. It's been really good. And to pick up on the animation too, I think it's definitely something that staff enjoy watching, especially around some concepts that are a little bit more difficult to understand, to have it in animation format. So around what actually knowledge is. But yeah, we can't watch it because it has our voices in, so it's all far too embarrassing to go back and watch now. And
I mean,
we've got final
time at the end. Oh, sorry, Grace.
Yeah, maybe it's time in the end. We might be able to show it. Final question in the chat, and it's actually one that I was going to ask you as well from Mohammed. Would it be beneficial to have distinct knowledge management and information management strategies rather than a KIM strategy? So how would you do that split if you've got a lot of content?
I think knowledge and information management are kind of polar opposites of each other, really, is the way I've always described it. But they are the combination that creates our records, but information is more succinctly linked with data. So one of the reasons you split it in that particular way is because of how the split generally happens. It does work better as one strategy because everything does link in together. But if it is too large, the best way to split it is in that particular way, because knowledge management in itself generally doesn't have much in a strategy if you're doing everything in the right way, because actually it then becomes of, hey, there's this new bit of technology or something like that to implement over that time period, because you're getting all of those basic parts of knowledge management right and done. I think it very much it's a difficult one, but it very much is the right type of split if deciding to split it. But my recommendation is try, you know, if it can stay as one, they do all link together. So it is a much better process, but it's also making sure that you have the right strategies in place. And the key thing is having the right strategy, not overselling yourself either. And I've seen people do that in the vision, overselling themselves, and it all crumbles. You know, if I take where we are currently, we've achieved everything we said we're going to achieve in our current strategy up to date, and done some of it even ahead of time. So we've made, you know, one of the key things there is it actually achievable? And sometimes when you try and put it all together, it becomes unachievable. When if you split it into the two separate strategies, it becomes more achievable.
Great, thank you. We've had a few more questions come into the chat as well, and comments as well. So Mohammed's followed up saying knowledge management focus is on people, whilst information management is more on the data and information and legal responsibilities. And Kim has said, as someone who leads knowledge management in an organisation where information management is a separate team, in a separate part of the organisation, we still have plenty in our knowledge management strategy. So I suppose it can be different for different organisations. I will move on now down to areas of improvement and or establishment, but please do keep popping sort of questions, comments in the chat as well, because it's really helpful, and we'll pause for going through those after this.
So we're now on to, so you've now built those key components. You've got those big areas of, okay, this is what we need to improve. It's now coming into that, what is it in those areas that you need to improve? What don't we have that we need to establish? So we come back to that knowledge capturing example I was using earlier. What if you don't actually have anyone working in knowledge management in the organization? Is it the fact that some of it is actually we need to establish a knowledge function within the organization? So, and what does that look like? You know, and how might that come to be? So it could be actually establishing parts of it, or it could be establishing a knowledge cycle. So it doesn't necessarily mean establishing the focus, but a new element to it. So one of the things that I always recommend to any organization is having a knowledge management cycle, so people can see something tangible. They can see something of how knowledge should be managed within their organizations. Now, this is different. You know, there's plenty. I imagine everyone in this group has seen lots of different knowledge management cycles before, and I've generally used different ones for different organizations depending on what type of knowledge the organization has, how long it may need to keep it for, and what's the purpose of keeping that knowledge. Because one of the biggest failures I see in knowledge management is people either don't keep anything or they keep everything. When with knowledge management, it's about keeping the right knowledge for the business, not all knowledge, because it's about having knowledge accessible and needable at the right times. So again, it comes back to that establishing element of it, of what is it we need? What is a new element within the organization? Or it could be something like improvements, because a lot of people don't think of this, but it's one of the things I've been arguing for a very long time. Email management is one of the few things that straddles the space of everything. It is a bit of knowledge, it is a bit of records, and it is a bit of information management when you look at emails. So one of the things you quite often see is an improvement for email management, for instance. You know, we've all got it, but people are keeping thousands of emails in their inbox. Okay, how do we prove that? How do we make sure we can extract that knowledge from a person's emails and actually have it usable on the system for people to use, or have that information there, or actually keep it as a record. So one of the improvements that I've seen in a number of organizations is actually about, yes, we do already have that and it's already established, but the way we're currently using it is not in a good position, it's not in a good way. So what can we do to look at those sort of improvements? And one of them could be, you know, email management. And this is how we want to, this is what we want to do and the position we want to get to with our emails. So that would sit, depending on what type of improvements they need to make, could sit in a number of different places within the strategy. But it's again, it comes down to that improvements being made. So what is the improvements? What is it we want to take forward? And then it comes down to that establishing it, things. What isn't being done that should be done? You know, go back to that National Archives example again. Okay, if we're not transferring records and we should have been transferring records, what do we need to establish to make sure we can transfer records as required under the Public Records Act? So again, it's with this section, it's, you've got your main headings, you've got what you want, you've got those key components. So what is it in those key components that you need to do? Is it those improvements that you're looking to make? Is it establishing certain things? So one of the things I quite often recommend in knowledge management, what are the key success criteria for knowledge management? Because if you don't know what your key success criteria are, how can you measure how effective knowledge management is? How can you show what knowledge management means to the business? And it's one of the things that I see quite often as an error is someone doesn't put what the key success criteria is within there. Because, you know, and if I take three of the most common ones I've seen, there is plenty, and I've probably seen about 15 or 20 different key success criteria over the years, but the three most common in the public sector anyway is enhanced corporate memory, better decision making, and improved compliance and reputation. By having better knowledge management, those are the three key success criteria, and the different ways you might look at how you do that. But if you don't have that, then you need to establish it. If you've got it and it's not fit for purpose, you need to improve it. So putting in what those areas are of improvement or establishing really will help it when you come to that senior leader stage and that approval stage about how you get that buy-in. Because if they can't see the tangibles, they can't see that end result. Because I'm going to be honest, other than knowledge and information management professionals, whether it's in one part of the organization, whether it's split into separate teams across an organization, the only other people who get it is other knowledge and information management professionals. You know, I think every organization I've ever worked for, I don't think the senior leadership teams have ever really got what it is, because they're not professionals in that thing. So this part really helps them see those tangibles, which is the really, really important thing. What is it going to do? How is it going to affect them? So with the improvements element or areas to establish, it's about how that's going to improve the business. Like with email management, it means that we're actively managing our emails with the following the policies for retention and disposal. You know, I've seen so many different organizations that I've gone and spoken to or provided advice to over the years that have a retention and disposal policy, but less than 5% of people in the organization actually follow it, which makes the policy not fit for purpose. Because if people aren't following it, why aren't they following it? Is it too complicated? So one of the improvements could be from the investigational stage, actually the policies aren't fit for purpose because the average member of staff can't understand them. So one of the improvements is making the policy more understandable by members of staff, or creating a procedure or guidance around it to help improve the retention and disposal. So I'm just a little bit conscious of time, so I'm going to pause there for any questions on this. I will limit it to 4 questions maximum because I want to spend enough time on the next section, if that's okay, Grace.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there are any questions in the chat at the moment. I'll leave a minute for anyone to pop any in if they want to. I was just going to mention that I think what can be really useful for this sort of section is, and I know everyone's kind of different, I suppose, in terms of the organizational context, but finding organizations that might be similar in context to yourself and talking to them about what they've done, and doing a bit of knowledge sharing of our own in order to understand what might have worked for others, and yeah, just learning from the experiences of others, really. I think that has always helped me to find out what other people are doing, but it's kind of that initial stage of thinking, right, which organization might have been in a similar position, be a similar context, a similar size, that kind of thing. I think we've got some things in the chat. So we've got a comment. I think with any of these improvements or changes, we need to say why we are doing them in the context of the job holder's role.
That comes in the next section. So we'll cover that in a second.
Excellent. And then a couple of questions on from Katie. How do you start an email management program if this has never been done in the history of the organization?
Well, I think that could be a whole session on itself, if I'm going to be honest. This is something that's not uncommon. Actually, most organizations have just forgotten almost that emails are there as records, information, and knowledge. It might be, I think with starting an email management program, one of the big things is looking at, training, and that really does start it. I'm feeling like this is a bigger question than I can answer now, so more than happy if you reach out to myself and Grace afterwards, and it might be a bit longer a chat about what we've done here, but also what I've done in other organizations about setting up an email management program, if that's okay.
Great. And just one more question in the chat. Where would underlying principles fit into the strategy?
So the principles sit within the vision. So the vision itself sets out the principles of why you're doing this, and why you need a knowledge and information management strategy, and the principles are really sort of are drawn out by that vision, because quite often, especially if you take the public sector, there are so many rules and regulations we have to follow that the private sector doesn't. The principles almost write themselves because you have to follow the acts and do certain things and all of these things, but it all comes down to that vision. I am going to have to move us on, I'm afraid, because we do only have 9 minutes left, and this last section, there's quite a lot to cover. So on to resource and timeline. So I'm going to start with timeline and then come on to resource. So with the timeline, it's making it realistic. Don't oversell yourselves. It's about having a high level time plan. So the way I generally do this is in blocks, if you've set out your key components, key component X phase 1, and you do it in blocks. So when you're setting out that timeline, it's about making sure it's achievable. Too often you see people say, we can do it in 2 years, and it takes them 5. If you think it's going to take 5 years, put 5 years. Don't try and undersell it. It's generally needs that long because it's complicated, because it's difficult. And it comes back to the point of, this current strategy that we've been delivering in our current organization. We have delivered every single thing on time and a few things ahead of time. And it's a really important thing, because that builds confidence by senior leaders. So the next time you go up with a strategy, they go, oh yeah, we know what they do. They always hit on target. They always do it. We know exactly what they need. And it creates less questions for yourselves in the future. So with the timeline bit, it's about being realistic, what's achievable in the right time frame. Most strategies I recommend doing between 3 to 5 years, depending on the amount that needs to be done. So the timeline is very much determining on what needs to be done, but also it can be determined of, you know, the organization saying, well, we want it done quicker. If we give you 3 temporary members of staff, could you do it in a faster time frame? Well, yeah, of course we can, but there's an extra cost involved in that. You're looking at, with your current staffing levels, this would be the effective timeline and what it could be done, or what you're pitching for resource wise. That takes a nice little segue into the resource element. Now, the resource element, a lot of people think just the people. It's not. When you're thinking about resource management, you're also thinking about what you need from the wider business and other staff members. What do they need to do? What's the impact on them? It's also actually what technologies you may need to bring in as a result. You know, when we're considering resource management, for instance, you know, you need specialist archiving material, you know, and you need to purchase that. That's all resource management. So when we're talking about resource management, it's not just about people. It's around everything that you need to achieve that strategy. And I think that's a really important step here, that a lot of people just go, here it is, this is what we're going to achieve, without actually thinking, what elements do you need in place to actually achieve these goals? It also includes roles and responsibilities of all the different people in it, which comes down to the roles of and responsibilities of who's going to do the particular work and how they're going to do it. You know, the roles of the knowledge and information management team, or the knowledge team, the records team, information management team, whichever element it is. It's about how they're going to be achieved. So if you're pitching for new roles to say, well, as a business, we don't have anyone in knowledge management at the moment, and we need that designated knowledge management support for the organization. I'm pitching for a knowledge manager and a knowledge management support officer. Between those two, they can implement and continue to deliver the long-term business need for knowledge management. So it's about actually making sure you've got the right people in place to actually do the work in the first place. Again, it's not that overselling. It's not underselling either. It's a tough balance, if I'm going to be honest, when it comes to the resource management element. And it's just about making that, getting that right. I am conscious I've only got 4 minutes left, and I promised I'd talk about the approval stage. So I will jump onto that approval stage, and hopefully there are a few moments left for questions at the end. So you've built your four, you've done your 4 elements, and you've got your strategy. The first thing I would recommend doing with senior management is not just taking it straight to them all, is actually what I call divide and conquer. So what I've generally done is gone and speak to every member on a senior exec team or a senior management team, whichever what they've wanted to call themselves over the years. I've gone and spoken to them individually. I can calm their concerns down. I can talk to them about what it's going to mean for their team and how it's going to improve them. I've got all of that, what I call mucky stuff, out the way. And then you take it to them as a group, and everyone goes, oh, this is great. And it signs through straight first time. By doing that almost 10-15 minute conversation with them, they're not bringing up those concerns. They're not bringing up those questions because they don't understand in the main meeting, and it fall down. So when everyone comes and says, yeah, no, I approve, I've been through this and it all looks good from my end, it builds that more confidence because everyone's saying the same thing. So by doing that sort of approach of going and speaking and having those conversations prior to sending it up to approval, and showing them what the strategy is going to look like, and getting all of those concerns and questions eliminated before you go for approvals is absolutely critical. And as I've said, every time since I've done that approach, it has gone through when it's gone to the main meeting first time every time. So it is really such an easy thing to do, but such a critical thing to do. That 10-15 minutes with them can mean the difference between it getting approved and not approved. Because that's where you're more likely to show the value to that particular individual, because all of them might have different values for them. I am going to pause there because I know we've only got about 1 or 2 minutes left for any last and final questions. And sorry, the resource and time bit was a bit rushed at the end. We're just unfortunately running out of time.
I'm just going back to, I think we have one question in the chat, which we didn't quite have time for before. Does the knowledge and information management function do reflective learning themselves for focusing on areas of improvement? How do you manage that knowledge base to keep aligning to your strategy? Trust it cuts across behaviors, which drives the strategy.
So with reviews, it's a balance. If you're reviewing all the time, then you're not actually doing much work because you're spending all your time reviewing. So we do have touch points. And one of the things that I didn't have quite time to cover, but in the resource and timeline bit, I also built in those reviews about when we were going to review those. And generally they were sort of internally as a KIM team, they are sort of quarterly. For the organisation, we generally have a review of the strategy after a year, and then at the halfway point as well. So again, that's a really sort of important thing, is we're looking at how we're performing. Are we meeting our targets? Are we reaching what's set out in the strategy? And we did a full review last year, which was really, really good. But it is important.
Great, thanks, Nicholas. And just some comments in the chat from Mohammed as well. So thank you for popping those in there around email management and thoughts around that. And that's it for questions. Right on time.
Yes, absolutely on time. Both of you managed it really well. Of course, we realize that these projects take a long time, and also feel that you need more time. So I think there are very important points that you have touched upon, and I think there is more, there is prospect of doing taking up these points again in further conferences or in webinars, whichever works out well. So thank you both. That was a very comprehensive, and I really enjoyed the talk. So I'm sure we'll see from the poll, it's going down very well. And for the delegates, please keep in mind, we've got a 10-minute break before the next talk, which is be given by Bart from GuruScan on knowledge workers in knowledge intensive organizations. That is going to be another very interesting point. But Grace and Nicholas, thank you very much. And we look forward to, I'm sure people will be getting in touch with you, those who attended. And we'll keep up this conversation going. Maybe we put in some of these points in our KM LinkedIn group to carry on the discussion. I think that would be a good point. Okay.
Yeah. I just, sorry.
Go on ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say the average strategy takes 7 to 9 months from start to finish to get it all done. So I forgot to mention that at the end. So apologies to everyone for that bit of the timeframes of getting start to finish.
Start to finish is 9. Okay, that's good. I can realize that there's so many points to look into and carry it through. So let's have a break for 10 minutes and we'll come back again. And again, thank you to the delegates as well as both of our presenters. Okay, bye. Hi, we are back again for our second session. We have Bart from GuruScan, who is going to talk about knowledge workers in knowledge-intensive organizations. It's going to be another in-depth session, and I'm sure with lots of important points to go over. Bart will tell you a bit about himself, and we can go ahead with it. So it's again another hour with a 10-minute, then no, after Bart's, we have a 30 minutes break for lunch. So Bart, over to you.
Thanks, Dira, and good afternoon, everyone, or a good day wherever you are in the world. And I had a presentation yesterday on a business case that we did for a customer. And actually for today, what I want to do is to see if we can do a real life workshop with you. And for that, I'll be looking for a few volunteers to join me in that workshop. For all the other people, you can just keep on looking at the demo that I'll be giving, because it will be a demonstration of how you can gain insight in the knowledge network. So I'm not sure if I can see a chat window here. So so for this demo, we set up a demo environment. I will be sharing that demo environment shortly. And for now, I'd be looking at 6 people who want to volunteer to join the demo and really work with me to make that demo work. So if you want to, maybe you can raise your hand, or you can send a little message in the chat. So I'll wait a few seconds for people to join. And first of all, I'll give you a short introduction to myself. So my name is Bart Verheijen. I'm the founder of GuruScan Knowledge Management Solutions, and I have a background in technology. So I've studied chemistry in university and went to work with a large multinational R&D organization, where I encountered the basic knowledge management challenge, how to find relevant knowledge in a large organization, which is especially difficult if you are, especially frustrating if you have knowledge of what should be there, but you just don't know who can get that knowledge to you. So especially in those kind of situations, that can be really frustrating. And that's when we basically came up with a solution where we use 2 elements. The first element is a bottom-up knowledge inventory. That means that everyone in the organization can add relevant knowledge topics to the knowledge inventory. The second element is that we call that social knowledge management. So we drive the knowledge inventory based on the recommendations that people give to each other. So instead of focusing on self-proclaimed expertise, we focus on basically the knowledge networks that people have. So not what you know, but who you know is what's driving the knowledge inventory. So let me see. I'm waiting for, I think I'm in chat, or I cannot see if anyone raised their hand. So I'm looking for 6 people to join me in this workshop, to participate as a user in this workshop, to sort of do the exercise and map out the knowledge network. I will also be joining as a participant, but I do need a few others as well. So I have the first one coming in. That's great. And the second one as well. So if you are joining as a volunteer, I would like to ask you to go to unicom.guruscan.app. I shared the link in the chat as well. And your password to log in is Unicom is 1. And I will share your username in a private chat. So I have Michael as our first test user. And Green as our second test user. Is there anyone else who wants to join us for this workshop? Of course, you don't have to join. You can just look at the demo, but I mean, if you're able to join, it's a lot more fun to do that. I got Philip Reinhardt as our third test user. So if you are a test user, I will send you your username in a private chat. And we still have 2 more places if you want to join us. So if you want to, please let me know. Bob as the 5th. And I made some demo users, so you will not see your own name because that would be a lot of administrative work for me right now. So you will see another name there. That's not meant to offend you. That's just to make this as seamless as possible, so we can just get started. So I hope that's all right for you. I'm just doing them one by one. So there's one more spot available if anyone wants to join us. Otherwise, I will also start sharing my screen, and the screen that I'll be sharing will be the same as all the other participants will be seeing. Let me see, share my screen. So if anyone wants to join, there's still one spot available. So if you want to do the experience yourself, please let me know. I'm checking the chat for another 10 seconds. For the people that have enrolled as a test user, you can check whether you have managed to log in. Your screen should look something like mine, with all the different widgets up there. And if you look all the way in the bottom of the screen, you will see a widget that says boosters, where you can join the knowledge booster. I see some people confirming. And if you hit that join button, you will see a screen that looks something like this. One moment, this session will start shortly. And if you're there, then you're on the right point in the application. So I see a few people managed to get there already. I'll be waiting for the last ones to get there too. So what we're going to do now is, so I'm not going to give you a, let me see, I see Rose. Preen is asking, what do I click on? So if you are logged in, suppose that worked, then you can go all the way to the bottom of the screen. It says boosters, and then hit the button that says join. And Rose Longo, if you want to join as well, you can use the last one, user 6. So Rose, let me know if you are still joining. If you want to, you can join. You can also pick up, so the session will still be available. I will continue with the workshop now. I see that all the other test users are in there. You can also see, well, the names that you're seeing are not representative of the people that are actually using the system. Those are names that I sort of came up with myself. In this case, what we are going to do is I'm not going to give you a full product demonstration. If you want that, I'd be happy to do so, but please reach out to me directly and we'll do that. For now, what we're going to do, we're going to use a intervention that we named a knowledge booster. We use those knowledge boosters quite often to basically boost the knowledge inventory of a team or a project. In this case, of course, well, the team is a rather ad hoc team. So bear with me a little bit. In normal times, of course, when we use this, people will have an idea of why they're there and what the team is that they're working with. Trying to talk a little bit, see if Rose can also join us in the booster. Rose, if you cannot, if you don't manage to sign in or you don't know where to click, please either use chat or let me know if I can help you out. So the knowledge booster has 3 steps, and usually we take about an hour with a team to work through these 3 steps. Now, because it's a demo, we'll take a little shorter time. So the first step, okay, that's fine as well, Rose. Just listening is perfect. The first step is a knowledge topic brainstorm. So for the people that are using it, that are participating, I now switch to the first step of the knowledge booster. In this case, it's a knowledge topic brainstorm. So you can type in any knowledge topic that you would think is relevant. In this case, since we're at a knowledge management conference, take anything related to knowledge management. We've heard something yesterday in the conference on, for instance, communities of practice. So you can enter that as a knowledge topic. Oh, I'm trying to talk and type at the same time. That's never a good idea. COP, managing and setting it up. And so you can just add a knowledge topic, the title, and a short description, submit that topic, and you can add another one. So you can keep on doing this for multiple topics. I can see that some users are already doing this. What you will also see that if you try to add a topic that already exists, in this case, entrepreneurship is already in the system, then it will show as a pop-up. We do this deliberately to prevent people from adding topics, adding the same topic multiple times. So we try to prevent the whole sort of wildly going everywhere with similar topics. So I would like to ask every test user, I think most of you are already doing that. I can see the activity flowing as well, to add a few knowledge topics that you think are relevant regarding knowledge management, or anything you've learned or anything you're interested in. And you can imagine that if you do this with a real team or a real project, people will have already got that focus on what's important. So if you do this in real life, it's a lot easier for people to come up with knowledge topics because they are already engaged in a certain project. They know what the project's about, they know what their tasks are, and they know what they bring to the table. So they know why they're actually there. So I see there are a couple of topics coming in. So as I mentioned, usually we take an hour for the total workshop. Now we are going to take a lot less time. So not going for hundreds of topics, but just for a few. So we are going to the next round because that's the most important round, and it's about basically identifying your knowledge network. So now in this round, it's the second round of the knowledge booster, it's a knowledge inventory. And now what you will see is you will see the knowledge topics that everyone put in the system. You will not just see your own knowledge topics, but you will see all the topics from everyone in the group or in the team. The question now is, if you need to get help on this specific topic, who would you contact? So who would be an expert that you would know about? It might be that that person is already in the system, that's fine. But if you want to go anywhere else, you can just name. So yesterday we had Hank presenting, and you can just add Hank's name to the inventory. Let me see, Ron Young was on stage yesterday as well. So I think it would be good to add him as well. And then if you're done, if you have added, you can add multiple names, you can add whoever you want. And please, for the people that are using it now, so please make sure to add whoever you want. There's no need to share names that you don't want to share. So please, if you are struggling with that, please don't do that. But share whoever you want to share, people that you may know in your network. And if you submit the topic, you get another topic. In this case, knowledge strategy, slightly similar, of course. So again, you can add multiple people. If you want to add more people, Dave, Dave is already in there. Great. Someone already added Dave to the inventory, so then I don't have to do that. And oh wow, this is a structured problem solving. So there are already some names in there, so that's perfect. Well, I would add a former colleague of mine. What you will sometimes find in this round, and of course now because it's a demo, definitely don't break your head over finding a name. But also, if we do these sessions in real life, people will be saying, "Oh yeah, I know this person. I know that I would go to her, but I just can't find her name." So we definitely encourage people in this round, particularly, to use whatever means they have to just find those names. So if you need to look at your calendar, look at your LinkedIn, I'm now thinking like, oh, I saw this guy yesterday presenting, and I think he did the session before this. So Nicholas from NHS Resolution. So I think he had a very good story on structured problem solving. So I'll just add him to this topic. So that's really the way it goes. Quite often, you know more or less who you would go to, but it's really hard to come up with their name. So just use whatever you need to find those names. There's cheating is allowed, and it's even encouraged. So we will take about, I would say, 10 minutes for this round. Usually for workshops like this. Oh yeah, there's a question from Bob. If I do not know a name for a certain topic, do I hit cancel? Yes, indeed. If you don't know anyone, you can hit cancel. Then that refreshes the topic, so you cancel the topic, get the next one. But For the demo, well, you can add fictional names. I mean, I can't control it anyway, so you're free to do what you want. But also in real life, we do encourage people to think a little harder if they can't find a name, and maybe they can still come up with a reasonable contact that might be able to help you any further. Also getting network contacts of people that are able to be a broker to someone else who may know about it, that's also already really helpful. And if anyone else, especially also the people that are watching and not participating themselves, if you have any questions, please also use the chat. I try to keep an eye out on that to answer any questions. We can also do that afterwards. There will be more than enough time to do different questions and different ideas there. Let me see. English. A question by Kim. So you missed a bit of the session. No problem, Kim. So thanks for joining. So there are 5 people that are actively participating in the demo. I am also showing the same screen as they are seeing. So whatever they are doing, I am also showing that myself. We chose this setup so not to let everyone participate, to also recognize the fact that some people may not be able to do that or may not be willing to do it. So if you are not one of the active users, which you're not, so I have some other people that do that, they are actively doing the same thing as I'm doing. But I'd be happy, and I'll also share that option again after the session, that if you reach out to me directly, if you want to have your own personal login to this environment, I am happy to provide that after this session as well, so you can also look around for yourself later on. Driving change and innovation, that's down the... And to quickly recap, maybe if there are multiple people who have been dropping in or out, what we're doing is a knowledge inventory workshop. It's a very quick one. It's a demo setup. So we used 3 steps: a knowledge topic brainstorm, which was the first step. We only took a few minutes to do that, to get everyone just put up a few knowledge topics. And now we're in the most important round, the second round, making references to experts, so recommending experts that we know of. And basically you can add multiple experts, and you can add whoever you want to as an expert. So community of practice, we had quite a lot of people yesterday present about it. So I think Michael, I would be surprised if he wouldn't be in here. So I can add them as well. You see, I think Michael asked, it allows me to add the same name twice. So you can add the same name as many times as you want. It should try to deduplicate it. but because some names are very similar, we try to make it possible to add names as much as possible. So if you find someone in the drop-down menu, it's good to use that name. So you should be able to add also one name or also no name. So if you hit cancel, so let me see. Customer first, that's Bastiansen. So I'll show it also on the screen. So if you hit one name and then hit submit, then you've added one person. What can be the case that if you have started typing something in this field and you delete that, that's still there might be space or something in there. And if that's recognized, then you may not be able to hit submit, but it should be possible to add only one name to a topic. Like that, then it shows you that you need to add that solution is delete the first one and add this name again. So sometimes if there's still a little content in the second field, it recognizes that there is something there. Knowledge sharing communities, Moria, no one entered here yet. Yes. And as you can see, let me see. As you can see, you get all the knowledge topics. So you also get the knowledge topics from other people. And there are different types of questions in there. So in this case, for the demo, what we did, we didn't just rely on the user input for the knowledge topics in the first round, but we also primed this knowledge booster with a few knowledge topics that we definitely wanted to get in here. So in this case, for instance, this question, decision-making relation, who do you seek out to get a decision made for your project for your work or project? That's of course a question that basically asks for leadership structure, and not necessarily for formal leadership, but more for informal leadership. So if people tend to consult with others to get a decision made, and that's not their formal leadership role, that's very interesting to know, because those informal connections and informal leadership might influence what's happening in your organization or in your project. So let's take a few more minutes to add a couple of experts. So as you can see, we're slowly building that knowledge network now. And let me see, let's move to the next round and the last round. So for all the users in there, we're almost done with your contribution to this active workshop. So thanks a lot. Just one final step. In this step, we still do a quick self-assessment. I see Craig is somehow okay. Well, we'll just continue, Craig. Thanks for your update. So the last round is pretty straightforward. You still see the same knowledge topics again, and the question is, how do you assess your own knowledge level? So in this case, knowledge strategy, I select advanced, and you get another one. So in this case, how to build and maintain a KM strategy, go for advanced again, seeking relevant information, intermediate, and so on. So just select the level that you think is most appropriate for yourself, and you can just keep on doing that for a minute or so, and then we're done with this workshop. So you can imagine that usually when now I'm also chatting a little bit and talking and so on. So but you can imagine that this part goes pretty quickly. So I see that most users have already finalized this anyway. So let's just finalize the entire knowledge booster and just let's have a look at the end result. So in this case, and I have to do some administration because I gave some names to people. So Alexandra Smith, that is user number 3. And now I have to very quickly scroll back and see who got user number 3. I think that is Philip, if I'm correct. So Philip, a big round of applause to you. So there, maybe you've seen it while you were doing the workshop, there is a little gamification going on. You can score points, and if you have been the most active in the workshop, which means you've added the most topics, you were very kind to write a description to the topic, and you've added the most people to the endorsement network, then you can score points, and the 3 people with the most points are on top. So let me see who else are there, because I have to sort of look back and forth. So this is user 2 and user 1. I think that's Michael on 2nd place and Preen on 3rd place, if my administration checks out. So thanks everyone, especially thanks to the active users for joining in this workshop. Now I will be showing some of the results that we just made in the last, I think, about 20 minutes with 6 people that were completely unprepared. So imagine what you can do if you do this with a prepared team and people know upfront what's coming on. For the people that have been contributing, if you are logged in still, you can also see this for yourself. If not, please just have a look at what I'm showing. It will be the same as you can see. So now there are a few things that have changed. You can now see that there's a lot more expertise here. So there's a lot more knowledge levels. The first thing that I'll be showing you right now is to search for knowledge topics. So we've seen a lot of strategy passing by. So there are actually two things, a knowledge strategy and how to build and maintain the knowledge management strategy. So if you look at the knowledge topic, you can immediately see it's been made today by Mark. You can see different people here with recommendations, and you can sort them by the number of recommendations they got. You can see who you recommended. So in this case, I recommended Hank, Ron, and Dave. And you can also look at them by their own knowledge level. So you can look at different things. You can either choose someone that has a high knowledge level, or you could look for someone that has a lot of recommendations. In this case, of course, because I used these dummy users, actually Davy Jones, that was the same as Michael Seguria. So that should be the same person with 2 recommendations and the expert level. So another thing that's really interesting to look at is the network view. And I'll first be opening the default network view, which is a knowledge network. And in this case, what you can see is you can see all the people in here. And if you hover over a certain name, you will see the name. So you can see the different people there. And if you look at a knowledge topic, then you can see the knowledge topic name. Usually what will happen is that if you zoom in a little further, you can see the different details. So you can see, in this case, all the labels. And for instance, you can see communities of practice. Well, that's related to Michael Norton. That's not really a surprise. If you then click on this name, you can see all the different topics that are connected to Michael. And you can either use the network, so just click on something else again to walk through the network, or you can use this sidebar to select any other person. So just literally walking through that collective knowledge network if you want to be more exploratory. If you're just looking for a specific knowledge item, then of course you want to do more than just scroll through the network. You may want to look at it in more detail. So let's open a more detailed page, and you can basically see, hey, there's communities of practice, setting it up, and there are different people there with different number of recommendations, and of course people have their own knowledge level. Again, in this demo, because we used the fake names, therefore there will not be a lot of recommendations to these fake profiles, of course, because those names are not recognized. But in this case, I mean, that's already a very strong indicator that Rory knows a lot about community of practice, because I think we had 5 active participants, and of those 5, 4 have given him a recommendation. So that's a really, really high number. Of course, was a little bit primed because we had the workshop yesterday. So another thing that I'm now noticing, I see, hey, this is Rory. Let's just look into him. We see communities of practice and English. So that's always good to look at. Let's just close this one. So we've just been looking at the knowledge network that we generated. Something else that you may want to look for is the people network. So how are people connected to each other? The knowledge network, if you remember, let's just quickly open it. it looked more like a sphere, like a bowl kind of shape. That's what you very often see in smaller teams. It's like there are a lot of connections. There is a core of people and topics that are really relevant, and there is some stuff on the outskirts of the network. So individual experts that are connected to certain topics. So those are, for instance, the people on the outside right here. That's a very typical team or project knowledge network. If you are going to look at larger organizations, you will more see the islands. So you will see local dense clusters, which are then interconnected to each other. So that's a very, very common way for the knowledge network to look like. If you then look at the people network, so who is connected to whom, in this case, that will look very sparse. So there are a few people in the middle that most of us have recognized. So in this case, Rory, for instance, let's go back to him again. So you can see him in the middle of the network, and you can also see who connected to him. So who are actually the people that are connected to Rory. We zoom out a little bit. Oh, if you go to Rory again, you can see those names in the sidebar as well. Right now, of course, you could also see that just by looking at the network, which you can imagine if the network gets bigger, then it becomes more helpful to see those network connections in the sidebar. Again, if you zoom out, what you will see here, that's quite uncommon for a regular team. There are a few people in the middle, so those are common experts that we all know. And there is a very large group of unique connections to the individual participants. So in this case, for instance, Marnix, that was my test user. There are a lot of people that are only connected to me. Of course, because of this example, that's very easy to explain. I think most of the shared network that we have are people that we met yesterday or that presented yesterday at the conference. And everyone brings their own background, brings their own network to this specific group. So in this case, not a real surprise, but I would say this would be very, very worrying if your current project or your current team would have a knowledge network like this, because that would mean that people would go in completely different places to get their knowledge and hardly have any shared or common network amongst themselves. So for now, this is perfect. No real surprise there. But I would say if your actual project looks like this, you would have a lot of work to do to better connect people together and make them share their network a little bit more, because there's a lot of value to get from there. Let me see. Let's just go for one more thing to show you, and then I see already a few questions coming in the chat by Michael. So if you have any other questions, I think after this we have another about 10 minutes, maybe 10-15 minutes. So I'll be happy to answer a couple of questions there. So let's see the decision making, if I can get to that. So a few of the things that I put in here, we focused during the inventory quite a lot on knowledge. So I deliberately also put in a couple of other things. So decision-making relation, that's a very typical ONA, so organizational network analysis type of question. You can think of multiple questions in the ONA area. I included in this case 2 or 3 of those questions. So there is trustworthy person. So who's a trustworthy person? And just try and see if you can find that. Someone had me there. That's really good. So you can use also the same approach to find people with specific skills or specific behaviors. So another one that we put in there is customer first. Well, you can see that there's a typo in here. It should say customer first. So again, because it's a user application, everyone is able to just correct all these little things. So we really use the Wikipedia approach. Let everyone just do this. Of course, we're logging all the changes so we can see if people did really weird things, but in practice that never really happens because people know about it and just behave in a normal way. So again, here we listed a couple of the core values. Again, I only took 2, so I think these come from, I took them from Nike. But you can question people on different knowledge topics that are relevant to you. So if you want to make an inventory of your company values, you can do that. If you want to make an inventory aiming at organizational network analysis, so finding informal networks in the organization, you can do that. If you want to do a skills assessment, you can do that. If you want to reuse, for instance, the core capabilities that you have or your project or product catalog, you can also do that. There are different ways of using it, different ways of using the knowledge inventory. So let me see. This was about it for the workshop part, and I think I showed some of the examples. So maybe a few statistics that you can also see here. So in total, we added 26 topics, and we had 95 knowledge levels, so expert or beginner and so on. And we made 140 or 134 references. So a reference is a connection to an external expert. So that's what we did with, I think, 5 active users in about 15 minutes. If you do this in real life, typical numbers that you would expect to get is 15 to 20 users in a project team will get you somewhere like 100 to 150 knowledge topics with roughly 1,500 knowledge endorsements. And then the size of the network is very dependent on the type of project or the type of team. Some teams are very introvert, looking into their own team. Some teams are by nature more commercial or more outgoing, and they can have up to 600 or 700 connections in that network. So let me check the chat. So how do you make this expert topic rating more focused around improving team engagement? Process to yeah, so in the network connection, indeed, I think that Michael refers to that. In the network, you only see whether a topic is connected to the expert. We tried to make a visualization that is as simple as possible and still comprehensible, but indeed, it's a very valid point. It could be more than one endorsement that someone has. So for the network view, we chose to keep it simple. Thereby, if someone is endorsed to a topic, they are connected to it. Of course, there is a more detailed data set underlying that. And if you look at the detailed topic, you will see that in more detail. You will see, hey, does this person have 1 endorsement, or did this person get, I don't know, 20 endorsements for this topic? And you can also make related topics, but related topics is another entity, so that relates topics together. I didn't show that right now, because I wanted to not do a too long product demonstration, but if you have a knowledge taxonomy, for instance, that you're using, or you want to use or reuse any existing taxonomy, you can do that, and you can also look at that taxonomy. So in this case, we put in a little taxonomy, and you will also see that in the knowledge topic. So critical thinking is a parent topic to logical reasoning, seeking relevant information, and structured problem solving. And for instance, Dutch and English are both tagged because the purple dots represent the tag. So they are both tagged as a language. So again, if you go to critical thinking and you would open that topic, you would also see that right here. So you will see critical thinking is the parent topic, and it has 3 child topics: logical reasoning, seeking relevant information, and so on. If you then go here to logical reasoning, you will see the same thing to a parent topic, and you can also stack those on top of each other. So actually, on a previous conference that I was in Germany, I did a whole presentation on the ESCO, the European Skills, Competence and Occupation Framework, which we also put into our solution for a customer. And that framework has, I think, 6 or 7 levels of hierarchy. And it had about, I think, 300,000 interconnections between topics. And that's just the topic framework. So that's not even connecting it to experts yet. So the entire knowledge taxonomy there is very, very well structured. I don't think anyone would use that entire taxonomy for their company, but you can always take parts of it and reuse them because it's already there. It's freely available. And someone already gave that quite a lot of thought. So it's there's actually a very, very insightful knowledge taxonomy available there. If anyone wants to learn more on that, I'd be happy to share that as well. It's called the ESCO, European Skills, Competence and Occupation Framework. And I think Hank mentioned yesterday in his presentation on the communities of practice, as well the communities of practice guidelines by the European Commission. I think that's the same group within the European Commission who made those contents, and because they're from the European Union, they're freely available for everyone to use. So let me see. I think we have about 5 more minutes. So if someone has another question, I'll be happy to take another question. Otherwise, I will stop sharing and we can just finalize the meeting. So I will finalize the meeting. And first of all, thank you all for your attention and for your time. I hope I managed to give you some insight in how this works and how you can set up such a knowledge inventory. By the way, of course, I do recognize that, of course, we sell this product, but please, we also support people, and I had a discussion with that yesterday with someone else. You can also do this with brown paper on the wall and post it. So if you want to explore this kind of knowledge network inventory, just put a bunch of brown paper on the wall, write down the relevant topics that you want to inventory with your team or your group, and just hand out a pack of Post-its to everyone and have them walk around the room, putting names to those topics. And you will just see the knowledge network sort of emerging right in front of your face. So I'd be happy to support you if you want to use our tool, but please, I think this is a very valuable and very simple approach that you can also use without using any of those tools as well. So thanks, everyone. Seeing some other thank you notes. If you want to reach out to me afterwards, please do. You can find me anywhere. LinkedIn is the most appropriate place for that.
Okay. Thank you, Bart. It seems everybody seems to have got very involved and enjoyed it. And I think it just puts a different angle to having a workshop session. So this was good, and we're very happy to have you on the program for here as well as yesterday. And I'm sure people will put in their comments or anything that they want to find out to you directly. But I would also encourage everybody to please come onto our KM LinkedIn group and put in some comments there and start a discussion. So thank you, Bart, and to the delegates. And so from everyone at Unicom, we stop for lunch. We thank you, and then we stop for lunch now and come back in half an hour's time.
Perfect. Thanks, Dira, for the opportunity and hosting the whole event. And thanks again to everyone who joined, either as an active workshop user or as a listener into the whole session. So thanks, everyone.
So welcome, everybody. And we have Ron Young here to take care of our next presentation, next workshop session, and on effective knowledge working. Over to you now, Ron.
Okay, Dira, thank you very much, and welcome everybody to this workshop. And I hope, first of all, that I can get my slides working. So let's just see if I can share my screen, which will help. How is that? Can you see my screen okay? Very good, thank you. All right. Okay, well, welcome to this workshop then, 1 hour workshop, and its title is Effective Knowledge Working in the Global Knowledge Economy. So for those of you that attended yesterday, you knew I was talking about the human and AI working together more theoretically, and this workshop is a little more practical, okay? And it's really focusing on how AI may or may not be able to help us as knowledge management practitioners and knowledge workers generally with the work we're doing. I mentioned yesterday also that I use AI in my own work, so I hope I can show you some of the things that I do as well. And to start off with, the picture you're looking at right now was not produced. I'm not a clever artist. That was done by DALL-E, which is the AI image generator, as many of you may well know. And I said to DALL-E, very simply, I gave it the title, give me effective knowledge working in the global knowledge economy. And that's what it came up with, which is not bad, is it? It's pretty good. We've got the globe there and we've got a sort of person. So that's quite interesting. And also yesterday, for those of you that were there yesterday, I started off, as I tend to, with a quotation which certainly inspires me, and that was Drucker yesterday when I was quoting him with the major transformation that occurs in society, and I was suggesting we're going through a major knowledge transition. So let me start with another Drucker quote. Some of you may have seen this before in Management Challenges for the 21st Century, but I'll read it. It's very relevant to this workshop. The most important and indeed truly unique contribution of management in the 20th century was the 50-fold increase in productivity of the manual worker in manufacturing. That was a major achievement, was it not? Management science, automation, we saw a massive increase in productivity. But he then said in 1999, the most important contribution management needs to make in the 21st century is similarly to increase the productivity of knowledge work and the knowledge worker. And that's what we're going to do. I'm going to suggest to you that actually, you may all agree or disagree with me, but actually we could increase the productivity of knowledge work through the correct use of AI more than 50-fold, maybe 100-fold, maybe even more. You'll tell me what you think later, no doubt. But just before we get going then, let me know a little bit about you so that I can actually be more meaningful. So we're going to do a poll, I think. Kumar is going to help me with the poll, so we'll try this. We're going to ask you 3 questions, and each question you have to answer within a minute, I believe, either with a yes or a no, or a 1, 2, or 3. So Kumar, how do I do? Do I stop sharing or? Good, the poll is coming up now. So here we are. Did you attend day 1 yesterday? Yes or no? Should I answer it as well? No, I don't think I can. All right. Can we go to the next question, please? There's the result of the poll. Okay, so 50% of you were there yesterday, 50% of you were not. Right, so let's go to the second one then, which is about your KM experience, which will help me. Are you new to KM? Haven't really got any experience and you're happy to just soak up whatever you can? Or have you got some KM experience, but you wouldn't perhaps call yourself that competent yet? Or are you experienced and competent in KM? All right. So we've got a mixed bunch here. Some newbies to soak it up, some with KM experience, but not thinking that you are perhaps that experienced, and some experience, 30%. Good, right. So that's helping me a lot. Thank you very much for that poll. So let's get on with it then, if I can. We have one more. Yes, of course. Thank you for that. Are you new to AI? Do you have some AI experience using AI? Or do you consider yourself to be experienced in the use of AI? Right, most of you are new to AI. All right, okay, that's good to know as well. So I think I can proceed now. And what I'm proposing in this workshop is I'm going to focus primarily on the KM process, and I'll explain that to you in a moment. And just before the process, I'll take you through the basic principles, as there are some of you here that are new to KM, just to make sure we're all on the same page. And we're then going to look at the process, because many people look at either the human side of knowledge management, where knowledge is in the heads of people, or they look at the technology side, where there may be information in databases and flat records and goodness knows what. And quite often the two are separate. The KM process brings the two together. The process that we embed in the organization will ensure that people and technology are working better together. And now with AI, it's not just two. There are three. We have knowledge in the heads of people. We have information in technology. And in between, we have information in context, which is what AI, generative AI, is about, in between. So we're going to look at that, and we're going to work with that, and we're going to see what AI tools can be used to help to embed the KM process in the organization. And then if we get time, we'll look at the integrated framework, which gives a more holistic point of view, and then we'll have time for questions and expectations. So what I would ask you to do is, if you can, if possible, keep your video on so we can see you with your mic muted. If you wish to speak, raise your hand, or if that's not getting any success, just switch your mic on and start talking. I'm going to allow for questions at the end, but if you feel there are some questions that you really need to know now, it's urgent to let me know, put either urgent question or important or something in the chat. And Michael will look after us and he'll make sure I know about any urgent or important. Otherwise, they will be gathered towards the end question and answer session. All right. And of course, as we go throughout, although I've said we're looking at the process and we're looking at the whole picture and how AI can help, if you have other expectations, if only we could talk about that, just put them in the chat and we'll see if we can either answer those expectations, or if not, we'll get back to you and see if we can help you with that. All right, so let's go with the KM process and AI. But first of all, just the principles for those that are new to KM. Otherwise, it causes a bit of confusion. First of all, in the KM world, and certainly according to the KM standard I mentioned yesterday, we don't communicate knowledge to one another as such. Knowledge is in the heads of people. The tacit knowledge is in the heads of people. What we do is when we externalize it, we communicate information to one another. Hence the word information. We are informing one another. We are passing information. We're informing. And then learning is turning information, whatever the source is, from somebody talking to you, somebody making a presentation, a movie, a book, a web, whatever you want. It's turning that information into knowledge. That's the most simple definition I think we can have for learning and the learning process. And each of us will take information and we'll filter it differently as to whether we believe it or not, whether we know it or not, and we'll absorb it into our own unique knowledge in our heads. That's the tacit knowledge. It's within individuals. It's embodied in the individuals. You can have tacit knowledge embodied in individuals, teams, and organizations, networks, communities. But that knowledge we make explicit is information, as I've said to others, and that can be embedded in learning systems, in knowledge bases, in processes, work practices, manuals, SOPs, etc., documents. So that's the distinction between tacit and explicit and how we learn through communicating information to one another. Effective collaboration, which we're going to talk about, also it's very valuable in knowledge management. It's not just about working together to achieve common goals, which is the essence of collaboration, but we've learned in KM that effective collaboration creates new knowledge faster and sometimes even much better than any other way. So it's an important part of our KM knowledge to know that. Remembering at all times this tacit knowledge, which is changing in our heads by the day. Every one of us at the end of the day has got a different brain set. We've got new, refreshed tacit knowledge continuously. And that's why we will always know far more than we can ever communicate. It's happening too fast in our heads and it's too slow to be able to communicate all of that. And that's very important. And the final point I want to mention is that we don't actually know what we really want to know and need to know until we know it and until it's contextualized. And I'm going to talk more about that with AI in a moment. Information in context, as that context gets deeper, especially through conversations, whether you're talking to other people or talking to an AI, that is what helps us contextualize our knowledge deeper. So let me stop there and ask any questions on that, or are you happy for me to proceed on that basis? And Michael, you'll let me know if anybody is putting anything in the chat. Are we looking good? Can I move forward?
Yes, Ron. No questions as of now, please.
No questions at this stage. Good. Right. So let's now talk about the KM process. As I mentioned, its importance in KM is when it amongst other things, it will link humans to the information and integrate technology with humans in a better way through the process. Now, there are many organizations today that have their own knowledge management process. Some of them have got 4 steps, like create, store, share, and apply knowledge. Some of them have got 5 steps, capture, create, store, share, and knowledge. We have 9 steps because we feel that we want to go into even more detail. But the key point is whatever number of steps you've got in your process, that we can start to see if AI will be able to help us with supporting us with the KM process better than we've done before without AI or not. And that's what we're going to do today. I'm going to very briefly explain our process to you. And if you want more details on this, I can send you a detailed paper. But I'm going to very briefly go through the 9 steps. And then we're going to explore for these steps where AI could make a difference, a big difference perhaps, with our effectiveness of embedding the KM process in our organizations. So steps 1, 2, and 3, if you look at our like spoken wheel, it's 9 steps are going around the KM process. It's not entirely sequential. Several steps could happen at the same time. They're very interrelated. But to keep it simple today, the first 3 steps, capturing new learnings and recording them, storing them in other words, capturing new ideas and recording them and storing them, capturing lessons learned and recording them and storing them, capturing learnings, ideas, insights, stories, anything that we should as knowledge workers capture to create better knowledge are in the first 3 steps, capture, store, and share. And that in effect, if you're doing that with IT, that's more or less information management. We're just capturing records, we're storing them, and we're sharing them. So that's primarily information and communications management. But then step 4 is not only capturing and storing and sharing them amongst one another, but also expanding these learnings and ideas, expanding these stories and lessons, and through our collaborative teamwork, through our collaborative process in trying to achieve our work, we can actually create more learnings and ideas, or we can create learnings about the learnings, ideas about the ideas. We can start to create more knowledge. And that's fine. It's great to capture all of this stuff, and it's great to expand it through feedback and collaboration. But unless we do something with it, we are not going to get the full benefit of knowledge management. And in that sense, we then do what's called harvesting. And harvesting is when we look at these learnings and ideas and lessons learned, and we look to see those that are good, that we can create even better knowledge from. And that's what we mean by harvesting. Some people will say that that's expensive. We can't afford to do that. And that's why it's only the larger companies that have been able to afford to employ people to do steps 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, certainly. So we harvest. Otherwise, they will just be dustbins of learnings and ideas and stories and insights and not do anything with it. Then a knowledge manager, perhaps in step 6, can actually improve the knowledge base. They can say, we've got some good ideas, we've got some good learnings, we've got some good lessons learned. Can we update our knowledge bases accordingly? And we might have several. They are the explicit knowledge bases I referred to earlier. Explicit knowledge is contained in the technology. But in addition to updating the knowledge bases, the most important thing is also at the same time the tacit knowledge is improving with people, whether that's as individuals, whether that's as teams, or whether that's as communities. Step 7 is people networks. I think somebody is making a cup of tea, if I'm right. Yeah. Can you mute your microphone, please? Thank you. Thank you. So is it possible to mute? All right, good. So step 6 is the explicit knowledge. Step 7 is the knowledge networks, the tacit knowledge in the heads of people. That's an organic knowledge base, if you like, step 7, whereas step 6 is a codified digital knowledge base. And then steps 8 and 9 are, how can we measure our performance? How can we measure the value of what we're doing? It's measurements, it's evaluation, it's measurements, and it's monitoring and tracking, of course. And step 9 is just managing these knowledge bases to make sure that the knowledge is relevant. So if you look at those 9 steps, what we're really saying in essence is that we're capturing learnings and ideas and insights and stories as they occur. We're sharing them where it's appropriate to share, or we're better protecting them where we need to protect them. We can expand it through our collaborative networks, through our collaborative teamwork. We can select, filter, harvest the best of them to improve our knowledge bases, both explicit and tacit, in 6 and 7, and we can measure and make sure the content's relevant. That's how we embed the process in organizations, but other organizations do it differently. They might do it differently, and that's what I want to find out from you now. In our case, just before I ask you, let me give you some ideas of how we use AI in embedding that process. First of all, for the steps capture, store, and share, most organizations are either using perhaps Microsoft and SharePoint, and they're using Excel and Word and PowerPoint, as many people around the world are, or in our case, they may be using Google, and Google has the same products, same equivalent. So instead of Excel, we have Google Sheets. Instead of Word, we have Google Docs. Instead of PowerPoint, we have Google Slides. And within those products, workspace products for knowledge workers, already AI has been embedded in there for quite a long time. Not the generative AI that we're going to talk about, but AI is embedded anyway. If you look at Google, for example, they have just released what they call Duet, and that's very good AI within it. For example, if we're using Google Docs, if I have a doc, the AI will summarize for me any of those docs. It will create insights straight away and things like that. So in the Microsoft world, we have Copilot, and similarly within that, parts of that, the equivalent of AI embedded in the steps is there in the workspace tools that you use. And that's really good for spreadsheets, documents and Word and PowerPoint slides. And that's now starting to become more powerful with generative AI, because generative AI right now available enables you to, you don't have to create your PowerPoint slides if you don't want to. You can now just write your script and it will create the PowerPoints for you. And you can then tweak them and finely tune them if you want to. But that's because a lot of people are using PowerPoints or Google Slides. That's very powerful, the way you can now just do it from a script quickly and easily. And I think all knowledge workers, if they're not using that already, will need to try that so they can use that, because that saves a lot of time and produces some good slides as well, and some good coherent stories and key messages. Generative AI will go even further. very soon, within the next month or two, they're releasing what are commonly called multimodal AI, all modes of, and in particular, not just AI looking at pictures and recognizing pictures, and not just AI looking at text and understanding the text, as powerful as that is, but it will also read YouTube videos. It'll read any videos. So if you could imagine, you could now train an AI model for your company that goes through and reads YouTube. And that's a vast knowledge repository for a lot of people who want to know how to do this, procedural knowledge and process knowledge and things like that. So it's getting more powerful, from multimodal reading in video, in picture, and in text, to multimodal output as well, in video and text. So not only will it create your PowerPoints for you, but with the right scripts, it'll create your own videos for you straight away. So that's one way that we use it within currently. In addition to that, we use an AI product in step 4, which is the collaboration. We use a product which some of you may well be using called Otter AI. And Otter, we just invite Otter to every team meeting we have. Every collaborative team meeting we have, Otter comes along rather like another person. And it just sits there and it learns and it records and it creates automatically a transcript of our meeting and who said what and when and the time sequences. It also creates for us a summary of our meeting. And that summary, it contains the keywords. It will also contain the insights that we have. And if you want to, the analytics are so good in Otter, it will tell you how many minutes each person has been speaking throughout the meeting, and basic community analytics as well. And so Otter AI is another AI tool we use for step 4. When we are looking at steps 5 and 6, harvesting and creating the knowledge bases, that's when we are using ourselves generative AI. Generative AI, like ChatGPT, for example, or in the Google world, it's currently called Bard, but shortly there's another version, the multimodal version coming out from Google called Gemini. And then there's Bing. There's a variety of generative AI tools. And each of those tools have what's called, you may have heard the term prompting, prompt engineering, rather than writing code automatically so that we could run the code when we need it. For example, we're used to writing software for payroll, and at the end of each month, we'll run the payroll and it will do all of the calculations for us. Or we've written software to do accounting, financial accounting, and we'll run it for our sales ledgers and purchase ledgers, and we can use it for our stock control or whatever we want. They're all set coded software programs that we run at certain times. We can do the same thing now, but instead of writing programs automatically to do all of this, we prompt it. We can set up a conversation in generative AI, and we can prompt it that whenever I put in the word review in my future prompts, or whenever I do this or whenever I do that, it will prompt me and come back and say, hey, I need this information, I need that. So it's a two-way prompt. It's not just us using generative AI as a better search, which is a good way to start, but the key thing is this. In generative AI, you're having conversations and it remembers each conversation. So if I have a conversation with it where I'm starting to train it to prompt me on certain things at certain times for how I want to harvest and improve my data, it remembers that. And when I go back to that conversation at next month or the month after, it will go through that process and I can refine that and I can tune that. so I can start to develop the equivalent of a program, but I'm not writing any code. It's conversationals, it's knowledgeable conversations that I'm having with the AI, that it remembers, that it acts on and helps to automate. And that's how we can use it for harvesting, and we can use it for updating our knowledge bases, because all of the things it needs to do, read the text, give an opinion, it will actually go through all of the lessons learned, and it can read the lessons learned, and we can say to it, what do you think we should be improving our knowledge base, and why do you think we should be improving our knowledge base? And you don't need to rely on it and say, well, I don't know if I can trust it. Just consider it rather like you'd consider another knowledgeable person in the team who is going to tell you, I've received these lessons learned, I've received this, and this is what I this is what I recommend we improve our knowledge base. They can all be used that way. And the same for step 7, of course, step 7, which is really working with communities and collaborative workspaces. That's the same as 3. So I hope you're starting to see that AI has a place where it can do some of these things as an additional head, as an assistant, as an advisor. And I've been using that, and I have to say that some of the things that come back to me are remarkable. I get insights which I didn't have before as part of the team to improve that. Of course, step 8 is analytics and things like that. And step 9, managing the content, where it's important with AI, is to make sure that actually our enterprise knowledge is confidential and private, but we're still using the general AI that's available through the ChatGPTs and Open that have gone through the World Wide Web, or it's gone through Google Books or Google Scholar, or it's gone through Wikipedia, and soon it will go through all the YouTubes. That's very useful. We talk in KM, of course, about the wisdom of crowds, don't we? Where you get a lot of good general knowledge in the wisdom of crowds. And if you're doing what's the game show where you can win £1 million, and we ask the audience, and we normally get a reasonable sense of all we're doing here is we're asking what the AI knows from a much larger group, a much larger crowd of everything it's read and learned and contextualized. So that's very, very briefly our way that we embed the process and we use AI to support it and enable us to do that better than before, better than we did it before. Now, you may agree with that, you may not. What I'd like you to do now, therefore, is I'd like you to work in groups. I don't know how many of us there are. Can you tell me, Michael, how many people are we going to put into groups?
27, Ron, 27.
Well, 27, but some. I would like to put us into 4 groups. And Kumar, I believe you can do that for us, can you?
Yes, Ron, I will do that.
And this is what I'd like us to do. I'd like to put us into 4 groups for about 15 minutes. And we'll remind you, of course, when the time is up. And when you get into your group, of course, you want to introduce yourselves first briefly. And then could you select one person in your group that would feed back to us for no more than 2 or 3 minutes what your group has agreed. And what I'd like the groups to do is look at up to 5 things if they can, but I know time is against us. First thing I'd like your group to say, do you have an embedded KM process? Yes or no? Or are you just working with people and technology? And then if you do have an embedded process, what do you think about the 9-step process that I've just briefly presented? Or perhaps you could tell others in your group the process that you use and how many steps you use. And what steps do you think in the KM process, AI can support the KM process. And if you can, list any of those AI tools like I've just mentioned. And if you do have any extra time, I don't think somehow you will, what else do you think AI may be able to help you with in your effective knowledge working? Now, so that you can actually do that, and you can refer to our 9-step process if you wish, or your own processes if you wish. I think, Michael, you have enabled us so that everybody can download. Can you just tell us about that?
Ron, I pasted the link. If everybody could just download that presentation, you could access it, and then you could go to the relevant slide in terms of the 9-step process.
So that's actually a PDF of the slides that we're using, but it includes that 9-step process and lists out those 9 steps, which might help you. But basically, I'd like you to have that discussion and come back, and somebody from each of the groups, each of the 4 groups, we'll have a little discussion about KM process generally and how AI may be able to support that, and any sharing you can give if you have any experience of having done that. And we're going to do that for 15 minutes. So Kumar, could you arrange for everybody to now go into groups, please?
Sure.
And I'll see you in 15. Okay, so we've got everybody back. So I'm conscious of the time, and what I've said is I'll have to send everybody a copy of the framework paper, as I won't have time to present it. But I have got time to ask each of the groups if you could kindly share what you discussed in only a 1 or 2 minutes, please, because that's all that we have time for before the workshop close. Is there somebody that'd like to go first, please?
I don't mind going first, Ron.
All right, Stuart. Thank you very much, Stuart.
So there was Rose and Michaela in our group, and so I think in the first question, do you have an embedded KM system? I think the answer for all of us is no. Right. At this stage. Right. I think we all feel that we're in the learning mode at this stage. And our organizations are not really mature enough or ready enough to actually move to that next step. In terms of the 9-step process, I think we're very much in favor of this. It's got a very logical, sequential order. We felt that it could accelerate the work that we do as consultants. And I think that if followed correctly, it leaves more time for the knowledge manager, knowledge worker to go and create more knowledge. So, you know, intuitively, it seems a very sensible thing to do. I think that I think one of the problems that that comes from AI is just making sure that, one, the data that's being delivered is accurate and correct. And I think the role of the knowledge worker is actually meant to verify that knowledge. But secondly, I think also it's making sure that the knowledge manager or knowledge worker has their own house in order to a certain extent in terms of the foundational work to make sure that content is curated effectively. There's a taxonomy in place. The version control is managed, governance is in place, because the AI is only as good as the organization that exists, sorry, the content that exists within the organization. And so if there is confusion, chaos already before the AI starts to work, then it's going to deliver back wrong data. And so there's a flip side to it. And I think there's a responsibility of the knowledge professional in order to make sure that, you know, there's an effective playing field that the AI can operate on. So I think in terms of listing any AI tools, we kind of feel that we just, as I say, we're in the learning mode. We're finding out about AI at the moment. You know, we hope that it will accelerate the work that we do. It's going to help us in terms of our decision making, and that we get the chance to be more creative and innovative, because of a lot of the work that's slowing us down currently could be handled. So we're very much in watch and learn mode at the moment.
Right. Thank you very much, Stuart. That's excellent feedback. And if I may, I'm going to pass on to the other groups and then see if we've got any time before we get thrown off to answer that further. So thank you for that. What about another group, please? Do we have another group?
Well, I can come in if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, Mohammed.
Excellent. Yeah, so we had a few tech issues. I think for a while it was only Craig Johnson there that was on his own that could speak, so he couldn't have a conversation with himself. So eventually, after a few minutes, I managed to get the mic issues resolved and joined in for a one-to-one conversation almost, because the others in the group couldn't join in. Now,
Right.
Embedding KM, both I think we're at different stages. I think the step one on there, I think we're all doing it around storing information, capturing information, some of the information sharing as well. But for us personally, I think we're not strategically doing it. I think we're doing it organically because that's the right thing to do. But there's nothing that bringing all of this together as a clearly defined KM process.
Right.
There have been attempts. There are different areas of my organization that do it better, but others aren't. On the collaboration side, I think, you know, using Office 365 certainly helps, but I think we're still we've taken some baby steps towards that. I think there's still much more to be done around that. And as Microsoft itself develops new tools, new apps themselves, we need to take advantage of those and exploit them. The danger of some of all of this is that, in my view, in terms of AI, is information overload. So for all of us is, you know, we need to have a way of tweaking the volume of content coming at us so that we can, you know, we can tune it down or up depending on where we are in the organization, depending on how our time is. But also if there's that much of a need for me to receive all of that content, because content is not, you know, even if it's useful content and critical content to an organization, it's not critical for everyone's role. It needs to be tailored to specific areas, specific elements. So we're quite far away from that space at this moment in time. But yeah, I think we think that 9-step is logical. It works. I also suggest something in the comments section around some of it is, quite a lot of it is intricately linked to information management. So should it be labeled as a KM process only, or should it be KM with then a small I somewhere in there because of the overlaps?
Indeed. Indeed. Well, thank you very much for that. Again, that's very interesting feedback for us. And I'm starting to get a feel for how you're now viewing this, which is excellent. So do we have another group?
I can come. Oh, no, go ahead, Michael. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ron, just before we close, there's an interest for the paper. So a lot of participants are asking for the AI paper. So if you
The
could,
AI paper, yes.
Yeah. Kim, please go ahead.
Was that Tracy?
Yeah, so in our group, we talked about having an embedded process, but I'm a bid team knowledge manager, so slightly different to a wider knowledge management approach. 9-step process we thought was a good process, maybe not in the order that we might go for it in some cases. And the implementation obviously is key to making sure that you understand what needs to be put in place in each of those stages. Where we think AI can support the process, well, for my company, we're currently using it for our content creation and in our core documents and our case studies and the like on the bid side of it. So it is in place, but it's limited because our information security team was very unwilling to let us loose on ChatGPT when that first came out. So now we have Bing, but it's integrated into our system, and so it's very closed off. And Kim was also on the call, and in Kim's organization, they won't allow any AI. So that's just where they're at the moment. So there's a lot of fear around it, I think. And what else do you think AI might be able to help you with? So the ideas of the last couple of days of where it can support. So when you were mentioning Otter, just having just that little bit of extra support on project meetings, we thought that was a really good opportunity for almost having an extra team member there to support you.
Right. Thank you again. Yes. So I think we're almost out of time. Well, I think we're out of time. Was there any other group? Or I think we've covered it from all groups, have we? Did I miss anybody?
I can cover some feedback from our group, Ron.
Oh, yes, please. Sorry. Thank you.
So I was with Duru and Anastasia, and we sort of said that in terms of an embedded process, probably 2 out of 3 didn't have one, but one did. With the 9-step process, we agreed it was a really great process. I think one note that we kind of talked about was around really having kind of the objective for doing that capturing and sharing and doing the process in the first place, really sitting within and around that. So whether that be kind of more efficient decision making, but some sort of objective around it as well. We talked about the AI too. I had a bit of a conversation around AI not necessarily always being able to read context, and possibly some of the dangers of that. We do think it would be good for sort of that categorization and locating of existing knowledge and the tagging of that knowledge, but that it should be used carefully when we think about kind of the generation of new knowledge. So that was our main feedback.
Yes, thank you, Grace. Thank you very much. All right. Well, thank you all for that. I think what I read from it are 2 things. The 9-step process is new, but it's something that seems logical and you'd like to know more about. So again, I will send everybody a paper on the 9-step process so you can better see at least my thoughts of how it ties together the people side with the technology side by embedding the KM process straight away. I've been through the questions in the chat, and I've also been taking notes of your feedback. So I will get back to you all. I know that we're 5 minutes over time and the next workshop is due to start. So I will get back to everybody on the questions and on my feedback on what you've said and how we might be able to continue the conversation. And yes, I'll send you the framework paper and my thoughts and where we're going, at least as I see it, on AI. So thank you very much for attending the workshop. I'm so sorry it's rushed, but I hope you've got some value from it, and I hope we can continue the conversation. Can I hand over to you, Dira, please?
Yes, thank you, Ron. We'd be very grateful if you give us the summary of this session, and we'll pass it on to all the delegates, as well as maybe this I keep saying, delegates, if you could please pick up these points and keep the conversation going in our LinkedIn KM group. It would be good to have everyone talking and discussing this. And Ron, thank you again for both the days. And I'm sure everybody enjoyed this participation, which is different from sitting down and listening only. And we'll just take a short break and come back for the next session in our workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. We're back now again with our penultimate workshop session. We have Elmi here from Pretoria. Elmi, or?
Yes.
And she is going to talk about building the capabilities that we can rapidly activate. If you just briefly introduce yourself and let us go through it, and you have an hour to do the session.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dira, and thank you for the opportunity to also be part of this conference all the way from Pretoria. We now have lovely summertime. My colleagues in the UK were just this morning reminiscing about having to get up in the dark, and it's getting dark earlier. And that always then just made us realize how context matters, because we experience it so differently, because we are now at the stage where it's actually lovely to get up early in the morning and enjoy the cool summer mornings before it gets too hot and too warm during the day. So welcome everybody. If you want to, it will be nice if you can introduce yourself in the chat. You're also welcome to share and join the conversation there. It's always a bit tricky for me as well to present without seeing others and knowing who else is in the room. I want to talk today about knowledge management and the resilience that knowledge management can offer, and that we also should build in organizations. And especially then the capabilities that we create and that we use for also purposeful and with reason during normal times. But what are these capabilities that we can also then rapidly activate, and what do we need and what can we do? I think we are still aware of how quickly things can change very drastically. And we all know that we are living in uncertainty, ambiguity. I don't think I need to say a lot about all of that, but it is what is our role as knowledge management and what is our call to action as well when we look at that and work with that. Hi, Rose from Brazil. So let me just get next slide. Now, during the COVID times, if I can refer to it like that, Dave Snowden, together with Alessandro Riccardi, published the EU Field Guide for Managing Complexity and Chaos in Times of Crisis. And that was a field guide for decision makers inspired by the Geneva framework. And that was especially during those times that we all, and somebody referred to those times as well in our network, it was like everybody has been put into this big, large social experiment and complexity experiment and uncertainty experiment, and you had no choice. You were part of that. And out of that also, we realized that we really need to work with this more intentionally to be better prepared for the next time, but also that it's not only during times of crisis, that complexity is now our reality, our uncertainty, our ambiguity. And these are novel situations. So past practice may help, but it cannot really help us. How do we move forward if it's novel, if it's new? So what are the capabilities that we need to build so that we can navigate our way through these times and in complexity? So one of the things that's always intrigues me, and I think we haven't worked enough with this, in this field guide, I also say that for knowledge management, the question is our ability to comprehend and to respond. And that ranges from the known through the knowable to the unknowable. And we tend to be very comfortable in the known knowns. If you look at this one on the left, you will see that the blue ones, the known knowns, standard operating procedures, we can also call that the block of codification, of how do we package information, how do we communicate that, disseminate it. And the use of expert scenario planning, that is also reasonably covered by KM. But we also have a tendency to also focus a bit more on how do we now almost codify and capture that in the past so that it can be reused and so that we don't lose it, which is all valid. But then we move into the known unknowns. What is it that is known in the organization? So this axis tells us what can be known by the organization. And then the x-axis is what the decision maker is aware of and or is able to act on, because there's also other factors like political will, or what are my specific contexts? Can I act? Can I move? So the known unknown might be the hidden knowledge of the organization, unknown to decision makers. So what does the organization know, but I don't know? And how can we make that visible? Now that might also be in both of them. We also have the whole notion of tacit knowledge, and I will come back to that. And then on this right-hand side, we have the unimaginable. That's what we know, but we did not imagine that it can happen. And there we need to bring in multi-perspective encounters. And we are working there, so I will share now where we are going to focus today, but we are working on new theory development. There is the whole notion of and proposition of distributed decision-making, suspended intervention. So if you're interested in that, please have a look on our blog, on our website, in our thinking. And in the middle, we also then have the unknowns. What is it that we don't know? And we cannot know it because the unknowns is also, we don't yet know that we don't know it. And I will come back to that, but the aperitic term there would be where you suspend. So if we look at our COVID times, when it was at its height of crisis, we fall back on the use of expert scenario planning on what we know, and that was lockdowns. And it was masks from history and from previous experience and from what the experts at that point in time knew. And then there was a sense of uncertainty because then there was also a time, and that aperitic is the apora where you suspend judgment, where you suspend decision-making. And then you want to understand when can you move again and what decisions are available to me. We're also not going to focus on that today. If you're interested, the S-prime mapping is also a whole new development that follows from the field guide as well. But that helps us to understand what are our counterfactuals. Those things are very rigid that we need to monitor. We need to assign forward scouts. What are the things that are very volatile that we need to contain? And in between there is our zone of strategic interventions that we can move. And then we also start to ask when and how. And you can see it can move in any of those directions. Then the unimaginable and the unknowable, that is where you have breakdown or disintegration. And then it's a death and rebirth of opportunities, or the last woman, man standing. And that also in itself is a whole practice or a whole way that we approach that. And we are not there yet, but that can be when you have major disruptions in an industry. Or should the Suez Canal not reopened? I think we could have been in there. And the orange block is what we are interested in, we'll speak about it today. So that is the unknowable. And the unknowable here refers to, it can only be known when it happens. And Spender, I'm busy rereading him, and he just yesterday, that caught my eye, also said that is that tacit knowledge, that knowledge that is very personal, or that implicit knowledge that is created in the situation, and especially in uncertainty and in anomalies that you are now faced with. And we need to have ways to tap into that as well, and ways to bring that into the system. And how do we work with that? And it's also unknown some, and some it might be known. And there is our capability that we will focus on today. That is human sensor networks, entangled informal networks, real-time response, distributed decision-making is also at play there. We will not go into detail. As I said, that is a new area of development for us. And then the Gemba systems. And we will also speak about what the Gemba is. And the Gemba is that whole notion in lean manufacturing where the manager actually walks on the factory floor so that you can sense and you can feel the feedback directly. And you know what is happening there. And how do we do that now in a distributed environment and at scale? On the left-hand side, I've just included this. We're also not going to go into detail this, but this is also from the field guide. And you'll see it's a slightly different labeling here. So the unknowable, feasible, it will happen. We need to design for resilience and redundancy. We know that uncertainty will happen. We know that there will be disruptions. We know that there will be a next crisis. We just don't know when and exactly what it will be. But how do we design? And that is the capabilities that we need to build so that we can activate that rapidly. So that's also the knowable and the feasible, rapid response and deployment. Then the known planned response. What can we plan and what can't we plan? Continuously planning that we are all aware of. We need some serendipity for the unknowable as well. The rapid repurposing is also a field in its own. Unfortunately, not the focus of today. If you're interested, please go to the blog as well. But that is where you do your knowledge mapping to say of what we know and our capabilities, what can we rapidly repurpose for different application. That is, I think in knowledge management terms, we also say, how do we exploit and leverage what we know? And then the unimaginable, but it's possible, is that takes us into a whole new different dimension from sacrifice, seize the day, reality strikes back. But I think the important thing there is the unknowable and then also the known and the unknown. And that is where we will focus today, is on that orange block. Now, in the title, we've said that we will look at resilience, and this is just a very quick reminder. Robustness is like the seawall. Provides very good protection, but if it breaks, it is catastrophic. Because then you will have a tsunami-like situation and the implications, and then you have to rebuild it afterwards. With resilience, we create a system that can adapt and find new ways in itself. That is about the ecosystem. So when it gets flooded, they have places to go. And there we need to look at the health of the ecosystem. And what do? Here we might need to open it. So there might be some decisive action that we need to take. We might even need to build some barriers or some boundaries, but it is also about the restoration of that ecosystem when there is decay and when it will not be able to hold up. And that is also how we need to think about our knowledge systems in organizations as healthy knowledge ecosystems. Now, in essence, we said that the call to action for knowledge management and the question for management is how do we comprehend and respond? And this is the working definition for sense making as well that we work with, and with Daif's definition as well. How do we make sense of the world so that we can act in it? And with that, it also carries the notion of sufficiency. So we need to know enough to be able to say what is the next best step. to take and where can we move. And then just to reiterate, is capabilities for ordinary purpose that can then be rapidly activated and deployed in times of extraordinary needs. From the field guide, so that was a landmark publication for the Convergence Center and the Convergence Company with Dave Snowden and the EU Commission. From that, the next phase was to actually say, how do we make those methods, crystallize them, and how do we make them available in such a way that we can get scaling of practice and diffusion of practice? And from that was then the next step was the Hexi method kits that we've developed. And we will work, and I will show you some of them. It will be a very brief overview and introduction. But the Hexi method kits is actually a knowledge management story in itself. So Dave, because part of the whole idea of the field guide being sponsored by the EU was also that these methods and things will become open source. So the open source decision was then, how do we codify and bring back a rich collection of methods that was already part of the Convergence portfolio or collection, and how do we, and also the new methods that has now started to come out for managing in complexity. So during that time then, and I think it was good use of that time when many people were housebound, but also some people had some capacity, and we were on a very curious, or we are at a heightened state to respond and say, we really want to understand now this, because we are living through this experiment and as reflective practitioners. So then Dave organizes a series of events where he shared his knowledge. And again, that is you only know what you know when you need to know it, and in a very natural way. And the network was invited then to codify that together with all the other available artifacts that need updating into the wiki, and you will see the link there. And then from there, we produced the Hexi kits with all the methods. As I say, it's very rich, but that is a form of rich and usable codification. And now we have all these methods available, and from that we can use them. The Hexi and the why it's Hexi as well is because they can connect in different ways. And you will see that here as well. To create context-sensitive solutions, process designs, and outputs. And it's also an open ecosystem. You will see there's some handwritten Hexis as well. You can bring in then other methods as well. And the principle behind this is if you work at the right level of granularity, then you can scale and recombine. So for instance, we are busy to decompose agile, like Scrum methodologies, so that we can recombine elements from that with, for instance, our methods for sense making and naturalizing sense making in that as well. And that is also then gives us the opportunity to say, how do we revitalize also and strengthen our knowledge management programs and our knowledge management capabilities while respect what's already been done? But we are also open to bring in the different capabilities and different approaches that we need for managing in uncertainty and ambiguity and complexity. So let's go to the next step. So you will, if you remember that orange block, one of the, for the unknown and the knowns and the unknowns, one of the methods and approaches is to establish a human sensor network. We've got all the sensor networks, and sometimes we tend to neglect our human sensor network. And this is one of our case studies that I would just like to share with you, where they say in a fast-moving world, and especially during COVID, we know that it was really fast-moving, and it was urgent that we need to be able to respond and adapt also to local conditions. We need timely reflection and learning to inform action. Now, the Illuminate project that was in Canada, they used SenseMaker to learn from the lived experiences of health brokers working with vulnerable populations in Canada. And this was especially related to the vaccine clinics as well, to get that. So they had the data collection from the human sensor network. So it was all the people working in those clinics and interacting and providing support and administrative coordination. Then they had filtering and they had weekly sessions where they would then interrogate the data, look at the emerging thematic domains, increase their shared understanding, and they did action planning. Now, and SenseMaker was essentially used there to capture the field nodes, and I will also show you, because of SenseMaker, you then also code those field nodes. In other words, what does it mean in terms of analysis? And the person who shared that field node, they interpret that, and it's available in real time. Now, these weekly sessions, and I now only realize I haven't put in that graph, was then also complemented by a longer term. So there was a fast and rapid feedback and response. And then they've also had a longer term cycle where they then use this as their memory and they capture during those times that they could then review when times were more stable, to say what has happened, what has been stabilizing, what do we need to disrupt, what do we need to keep. So then they already had that memory, and it's of the lived experiences. Why it's also important, the lived experiences, because the way we remember things depends on the needs and the context of the present. So they've done studies in IBM where they've shared and asked people before they knew the salespeople. So they asked them, what were the lessons and what would they change and the learnings before they knew the outcome of the sale. And then they asked also a group, now, what were the lessons after they knew, and what were the reasons, and what made the sale happen or not happen after they knew the outcome of the sale. And it was vastly different because the context was different. And when we know if we've lost the sale, you start to say, where is the blame? Or where's the root cause? If you've won the sale, we want to attribute agency and see our agency and play that agency. And that is natural, and that is why also we work with natural sense making. We don't resist it, but how do we work with that and to be prepared of that? So these are just two of the quotes. What actions that could be taken out low cost in the short term? Those were the questions that I asked when they looked at this data that come in. And I think important here is we support early learning and continuous learning. So it was not only after the fact that after there was some sense of calm, that now we need to remember, first of all, we might have forgotten and we will remember it differently. So my mouse is very sensitive. I've got a new mouse and still need to, yeah. So you can also read more about this paper. And then we also have this knowledge asset now, the narrative database, then also become a useful asset to other processes such as policy making, strategic reviews, and training going forward. And in some instances, people also created what we refer to as a sacred storybook of these times. And that creates for us a very tangible output and organizational memory and knowledge asset. So here is just the human sensor networks again. This is one of our hexacards, and you can read that, what it is about. Now, in a human sensor network, you may ask why the gorilla. So 24 radiologists were also before perform a familiar lung module detection task. So they gave them the x-rays and they have to detect the lung modules. But in that pack of x-rays, there was a picture of a gorilla that were 48 times larger than the average model. And it was inserted in the last case. And 83% of radiologists did not see the gorilla. And the eye tracking showed that the majority of those who missed the gorilla looked directly at that. And then the 17% who did see the gorilla then heard that the others did not see a gorilla, and they started then to question themselves. And some of them correct themselves because now they're not sure. And that is what we speak to as unintentional blindness. And an important aspect of the human sensor network as well for us, it's distributed, but it's also at scale. So you also want a process and an approach that you can hear that 17% before they speak to the others and think, oh, maybe I did not see a gorilla. Maybe I should not have seen the gorilla. And before we get that sense of, I think we can refer to that as groupthink, that filters out the anomalies also in our worlds. And some of the ways that we can do that is with our SenseMaker software, but the one is our Mass Sense, where we will present a scenario to people. Say you want to do a new policy and changes. You will first put that policy and say, okay, this is what we propose for the new policy. What is your response? What do we need to look at? And then they will also show coded, and I will show you now so that we can see the patterns associated with this. You will ask them, what is irreversible? What is the risk? So that also the things that you did not expect, that you even need to look at, that unknown unknowns can come out before you implement the policy. You can play back and put out strategic decisions in this way, brand images. So you get that feedback before the large investment and before much of that is irreversible. And you can also pick up your unintended consequences. So that is one way that we can do that. The other is with our Genba system. That is where you get journaling. Like the example that I've shown you, the Illuminate project that we've discussed. There they will, on a continuous basis, journal. And you can ask him, what were the lessons? What were the decisions? What were the concerns? What were the anomalies that you've noticed? And then we can also use it for micro scenario planning and to crowdsource the micro scenarios. And there we then tap in that collective intelligence, and often very tacit, because it's only when you start to ask people that they become aware of their thinking and of the scenarios. In all of this, it's activating our cognition and our tacit knowledge as well. Here is an example that we've done, and this is a crowdsourcing with knowledge management practitioners last year in August, and it feels so much longer back to me, but that is while we were still transitioning out of COVID. And we've asked them, what is the story or a tribute or an experience that you will share with somebody from the COVID times and your professional life? Give it some context. Because we wanted to here establish what were the stories that's still lingering, the stories that is still at play in how people act, how they going forward. So then they could share the story. And then you will see I've spoken about the coding of the story, adding layers of meaning. So then the person who actually shares the story, that is the difference with other anthropological approaches. It is not the researcher or the observer that assign meaning. It is a person who has the experience and shared the experience. So we asked them in context of my story, what mattered is organizational support, standards and models, professionalization. And then you will place the marker where it makes most sense. And the reason for the triads as well, it is things that are in relation to each other, because often it is in the relation of each other also where the dynamic lies. And also, there is a sense that I need to think. There's some cognitive load that we introduce to make it a less autonomous response as well. Here we've asked them, my story relate to existing pathways in my organization, what others are doing, what is new and novel. And it's also available then on the app, so you can also record it on your phone. Those results come through in a dynamic dashboard, and I think I should have shown you then one of the triads as well. But for instance, here what we've got is that from that same study, we have a y-axis that say, thinking about my story, the situation and context is very flexible and fluid, or very rigid and secure. And then on the x-axis, in my story, the situation was out of control or demanded too much from me. And part of the sense making these patterns as well with the whole approach is that we can also detect weak signals. So we ask them, for how long has the story been with us and with you? Was it since before COVID? Was it when COVID started? Was it in the midst of COVID, or since recently now as we then transitioned beyond COVID? And the interesting pattern here was that there was a pattern, the story since recently, during that time of transition, was more rigid and secure, they felt, and it demanded too much from me, too much responsibility from the individual. So then you will integrate that pattern and say, what does it mean? And you can have direct access, so that is disintermediation as well. Decision makers have direct access of the narratives behind those stories, the experiences behind that pattern, that then explains the pattern. So we have the power of the numbers and the visualization of those patterns, but we have also then the richness of the story, what we refer to as thick data. And then we say there was a concern about the change management, that we will revert just back to the old world, all the good things that has also happened during these stressful times, that we will lost it. And then the do not trust politicians was over there. Then we could also do another view on this to say which of these stories were positive, highly positive, neutral, negative, highly negative. And then we could see some of those stories where one was highly positive, one was negative, one was neutral. Now, this is a small data set. It was only done with a very specific group of people as well. But you can now start to read as concern there. And then the decision could be with this, do we need to monitor this? Do we need to start to take action? What is our response again? So how do we comprehend what is happening and what is our response? And those stories help us also to say, do we need more stories like these, or do we need fewer stories like these? But the weak signal is an important aspect of our approach as well. We spoke about the narrative repository of a collective experience, acknowledging in that experience, as we've said, we've also built up tacit knowledge. Aristotle has this concept of Sophia, which is our formal knowledge, or our knowledge, our structured knowledge, synthesized knowledge. And then pronesis is our knowledge of the context, our practical knowledge. What do I do in that situation? What do I do? How do I act? How do I use my tools? How do I engage? And these collective experiences is also that tacit knowledge of pronesis that we've built up during those times, but it's also the living experience that can then become an input to further sense making, as we've said, to policy making, to how do we respond the next time, What are also the emerging practices and what was repurposed during this time, the things that we want to take forward, or where now we see it's potentially falling back, and how do we take forward the good without recreating the past. And it is here recreated as a sacred storybook. This was a study that was done, an engagement that was done in Wales with the community, and they have captured their lived experiences. And now it is a rich knowledge asset as well. Another way is that we also work then that collection of experiences and narrative, then you can also bring in, like here we refer to as artists in residence, that can create different layers and different forms of representation, just showing it here that from this we get rich knowledge assets as well. Another way is to create a human sense-making network that can also be activated in extraordinary times. Here we work with the concept of crews, that is, we have established roles and they have been trained beforehand, so that when you need to activate it, they already know their roles, and you don't have the same team formation status for norming, performing, and all that disruptive statuses as well. And you can think here about early responders, or if you have a hostage situation, or in the ER, in hospitals, those people are all role-based, so you know, and they are ritualized into that role when they enter, and then there is almost like a tacit form of how do we perform together, what do I need to do. Now, especially with crews, it's one of the things that we need to rehearse and prepare for, so that when the time comes, they can quickly convene and be productive and perform. There's just some of the examples of the crews: the continuity crew, the probing, the journaling crew, the healing crew, the wrecking crew. I like that one, the wrecking crew. And you can see some of them are in tension, but you create also that tension in different postures, like the continuity crew focus on how do we go forward. The healing crew is how do we care about our people whilst we drive forward, while the wrecking crew will say, oh, this is not going to work, or I've thought about this, or what about? And those tensions in the postures also create a rich knowledge ecosystem. Informal networks is actually quite important, and I think we would agree that we have informal networks in our organizations, in our systems. That is not the question if we need informal networks. It is the neglect that can also become costly, both in terms that when you need them, how do you activate those networks to be a productive and a sensible part of your response. And also the other part is we know that informal networks can also create what we can also refer to as dark constraints. And those dark constraints are things that we don't see in terms of the culture, in terms of the general well-being of people, in terms of their lock-in or lock-out of the system. We just have now, and I don't know where we are now with that, but the silent resignation phenomenon. And part of that is also in your informal networks and how it plays out. There we have two methods. So one is the one of entangled trios. Now, there you will bring people from different perspectives, different roles, different parts of the business or the system together. For instance, it can also be intergenerational, where you can bring together more in a citizen engagement context, but you can bring together a grandmother, a grandfather, grandparent, a child that is still at school, maybe senior primary. You first bring them in pairs. They think about solutions or ideas. And once those ideas become viable, you have a system to make them visible, you then bring in a third party to entangle that. And then it becomes an entangled trio, because you will bring in, for instance, a counselor somebody that have power to make a difference, somebody has power to take it forward, somebody has power to bring it into the system. And the entanglement there is not only of different perspectives, but also the entanglement of the informal and the formal in there. Now there we build channels for knowledge to flow when needed, rather than working out upfront what the knowledge should be. Very important also for peer-to-peer knowledge flows. And if this is an established routine that you can use during normal times, but you can also activate it and mobilize it when required, and also heighten the presence of that. The other method that we've got is social network stimulation. Yeah, I will speak about that now, but we are working on a very interesting proposition for a response to an aging workforce, working with entangled trios. Social network stimulation is where you have a big problem and you have some rules or heuristics for people then to get together into networks. And part of the rules would be that in your team, in your group, should not be anybody that you've been working before. And it should at least be of 3 different functional areas. So you set those rules, people convene them by themselves around a big problem in the organization. It could be something, how do we increase our footprint? How do we increase our market share? How do we increase our resilience in terms of crisis? How do we respond better? Something that's really strategic and major. But through that process, you then also get everyone in the organization within 2 or 3 degrees of separation, and you build that trust channels. And then when we hit that complexity, ambiguity, anomalies, uncertainty, people have those informal networks already and the trust relationships. And because our formal and documented and content is based on the past, it cannot always help us with the novel. And we don't have time to work through those. The one example that Dave always uses, you're on the African veldt and the lions you see the lion and the lions start to say, I'm coming from you. You are not going to open your phone, Google, what should I do if a lion wants to come closer? You will ask the first person next to you, or you will see if you can find someone and say, what do I do? You don't have time to read through 10 articles. Can you phone somebody? Can you WhatsApp somebody? Can you send out somebody and reach out to somebody? Okay, now all of these, and I've said that we can then bring together, and that is the beauty for me as well, of the hexes. Now here we have said, and I haven't touched exactly on all the elements, but I'll go quickly through this. And this one, as I said, we are working with a client. How do we respond to the knowledge impact of an aging workforce? And the conventional response is we need now to harvest knowledge. So how do we best harvest knowledge? And it was a bit trapped in the thing that how do you convert and tacit knowledge to explicit knowledge? How do you make it visible? How do you inventorize the knowledge of the person? And we then sat and say, what if we think about this differently and we create the processes so that within that knowledge system, small nodes and in areas and in nodes, they can take action themselves based on the specific context. Because after the second interview they did, the team lead phones me and say, yeah, you were right. It is too different to have one process and one solution fits all. So, and then we started to say, what if we used entangled trios? And those entangled trios get tasked to look at the knowledge risk and how do we continue the knowledge when people are going to retire? Who's going to retire within our sphere? And what is the best way? What type of knowledge? So then we will have to provide scaffolding for them to understand that. But then you can now start to build out the whole process. So first we need to do assessment, and we need to identify the crisis moments, and I will show you in the next one. So we can use Genbo, we can use attitudinal mapping that will impact whether people will buy into this process. Where is our resistance? Where is our enablers from a cultural point of view? How do we adapt? And during that adapt phase, we said, okay, let's look at the use of crews. Let's bring in journaling so that we can monitor. What are the safe to fail probes? Because in a complex system, one of the principles is also you need to have multiple safe to fail probes and see then what stabilize. And then we can go to transcend. So this is just one example to show you how we can work with these hexes and start to put together a process that also helps us to shift from conventional approaches. Now, not saying that conventional approaches does not have value. And here we will see a next iteration. For instance, you will see there we brought in the data analytics crew, and we will give them a different name because they are busy to do risk profiling, to see which areas has the highest risk and are the most exposed in terms of experts that's going to leave. When are they going to leave? Within 2 years, within 5 years, for instance. What is the type of knowledge they hold? How unique is that? Are they exclusive, or is there redundancy in the system related to that knowledge? So that will be the data analytics crew. The journaling crew will already start a journal. So we said, okay, your interviews is a form of journaling. But how else can we do that journaling? Because it's too slow for the initial response they need. And to identify where more decisive interventions is required, and where we can start then to pull towards stabilizing, and how do we build that into the ecosystem so that we don't have this crisis and say people are going to leave within 2 years, or we have an expert that's leaving in a year or 6 months. What are we going to do? So that the system becomes more anticipatory aware so that they can start to act. The other form of that as well, and that's our other discussion, is that you now start to entangle also your generations in your company. How do we do that? How do we entangle the socialization of new people joining or new people coming into a role with people that's going to retire? Many other effects around that. And here you will see some of the white cards. I haven't written it on here, but that will now also, how do we bring in and respect what's already been done and what's already there, and see how it is coherent with what we are doing and what we are proposing and working on to work with them. Yeah, I hope that just gives you a flavor and the sense of our approach. I've also tried to keep this more practical and less theoretical, but this is just a lovely quote that I have to share with you. That knowledge is simultaneously and paradoxically a thing and a capability, an actuality and a potential, tangible and intangible. Managing knowledge is more akin to managing a complex ecology of interdependent, unpredictable, and fluid entities than it is to designing and maintaining a sophisticated machine. And that is why we don't need the process flow diagram, we need an ecological thinking to work and build a healthy and resilient ecosystem of knowledge. Yeah, this I'm just going to briefly touch on as well, but it's also interesting to understand the role of narrative knowledge. Narrative knowledge is a halfway between our tacit or embodied knowledge, it's very concrete, and the abstract knowledge that is removed from context. And then we also need to find out what is our acceptable zone of abstraction. When you do a patent, you need to go quite high, but that patent will be further away from specific context. But if you need to understand where do we need to respond, you don't have time for high levels of codification, and it's higher energy. It's about rewilding. I know that Dia has also come because I want to know if there's some questions. You can go through that, but it's like we need to think about a wildflower garden where the variety and formalism can then be created from. Yeah, and then just lastly, the principles of KM, I want to bring it in here at the end, but knowledge is only ever volunteer. It cannot be conscriptive. And that is why we need to have this wildflower garden where the flowers can flower, and we need to attend to the soil and the diversity and in a different way. And we only know what we know when we need to know it. And we always know more than we can say, and we always say more than we can write down. And this one to me is actually also important in the context of real need. Few people will withhold their knowledge. Comes back to the first 4 as well. Just to show that there are some other ways in the field guide. There's a more structured way where you can also work with these capabilities and methods if you want to follow that. And there's also adoption flow chart that can also help you to understand how do you build this ecosystem of capability and methods and tools and platforms, so that you can become more responsive, that you can comprehend better, faster, and that you know how to respond. And the last one is, if you design a knowledge management system correctly, then it's a lot of objects and a lot of interactions so that any application can emerge. Better to create opportunities for contextual interaction within a fairly basic design, and then put in more efforts if stable patterns emerge. And then there on the side, I've just put many of the things, and you will see that there you get now multiple paths in the same snow, except of one way. And you can see how that starts to come in, that you may build a system to respond to the aging workforce, but in that process, you can also get early lessons learning, or you can get weak signal detection or better anticipatory capability. But we don't have to start with always with all the outcomes and all the desired features that we need. It is more, how do we create the starting conditions? Thank you. Any
yes, thank you. I can't seem to get okay. Yes, thank you, Elmi. I just wanted to remind you also, if you want, we just about 3-4 minutes to go. No, we got 6 minutes to go. If you want to take any questions at this point. Hi, Elmi.
Yeah, please. If
sorry, I was asking if you want to take some questions at this point. We've just got 6 minutes to go.
Or comments.
Okay.
Most welcome.
Do we want to put in some questions in the chat box? You can see the chat box, so if you let's give a minute for people to put in their questions. If not, then okay. Yes. Can you see the questions, or will I read it out to you?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I can see it, Rose. That is how we pronounce that. You can find it on the website, or you can drop me a mail and I can share the links with you.
Okay.
You're most welcome to connect with me. And I'm always open also to Zoom coffee and things if you would like to discuss this further.
Okay. Let's see. One more questions.
Yeah, sorry, I've just
email here. Okay.
Email just not with everyone. There you go. And if you're interested, here is our website.
There we have it. Just let's see if there's any one more question at all. Otherwise, No, it doesn't seem to be any questions here, but thank you very much. It was a very involved but interesting session, and I'm sure, as people have said, they are very interested in it, and probably they'll get the article and make more use of it. Thank you very much. And yes, everybody joins me from Unicom to thank you. And we take another 10 minutes break before our last workshop session for the day. Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you for everybody who attended as well.
Okay, thank you. Come back, everybody, now to our last workshop session. This is on modern knowledge management, and it's going to be presented by Reuven, who is one of the coaches or teachers of the KMI course, and who are sponsoring this, one of the sponsors of this, of the day today. We have put the links for the course as well as the dates in the chat. So please look it up and see what is presented, and love to have you join the courses. But I'll leave it to Reuven to give you some more details about it. And then he will, of course, start with his session on modern knowledge management, give you the details. It's for, as usual, for an hour, and we will have questions, answers at the end. But also, Reuven does not mind if you have questions, put it up immediately, and I will interrupt him and ask him the questions. Is that okay, Reuven? Ready to go?
That's excellent. I see there's something in the chat. Okay. I'll let you monitor the chat. Can I just check with you, or Kumar, can you see my screen? Dira, can you see my screen?
I can see your screen, yes.
Okay, lovely. Yeah, so
yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. And somebody else from Unicom can monitor the chat. It's the last session of the day. So Friday, relax, sit back, let's have some fun together. And let me tell you a bit of a story about what's happening, or what I'm finding in the marketplace for knowledge management today. So much of what I'm going to share with you is very fresh, and I think quite thought-provoking. So hopefully it will inspire you, and by all means, as Dira said, interrupt, ask questions at any time. I'm very happy to take them. I'll just rely on Unicom to interrupt me and read the chat. Just again to confirm that point, this session is being sponsored by the Knowledge Management Institute. I work for them as an instructor as well as a freelance consultant, and we run courses on knowledge management. And much of what I'm going to share with you today are things that I've picked up from the various companies that I work with. We often do private classes for large global corporations. Knowledge management is, as I'm sure you all know, a very hot topic right now. We're going to explore that together. And there is this very interesting shift that's happening. And this kind of tells the story of why knowledge management is such a key area today. Okay, let me proceed. Okay, so what are we going to try and do in this session? Okay, we're going to look at this shift from land, labor, and capital to time, attention, priority. Okay, we'll see why senior leaders are looking at modern KM in this way. And I think the most interesting thing for many of you, as I say, it's one of the hottest areas today, what they're looking for and why the role of knowledge management is so in demand today. But there's a certain type of knowledge manager that they're looking for, and perhaps I can help you in this session to make that paradigm shift. Okay, let's get going. So let's start with a quote from one of the great knowledge management thinkers who sadly passed away last month, a gentleman called Larry Prusak. If you don't know him, it's worth looking him up. Many of the people, speakers at the conference, over these 2 days have said, made wonderful tributes to Larry and his contribution to knowledge management. He was an academic, a New Yorker, taught out of Columbia for quite a while and worked for IBM. But he was famous for his quotes and being something of a visionary. So have a look at this quote that I've kind of used to give us a focal point. Let's test this and prove this point. He probably said it ahead of its time. I'm able to confirm with evidence that this is indeed what is happening today. So what is he saying? He's saying that companies that don't adapt to understanding knowledge, realizing that knowledge is a force of production, right? Not old knowledge management, which is document-centered, explicit knowledge, but actually a force of production. More important than land, labor, and capital. If they don't realize this, they will slowly die and will never know what killed them. Well, I would take it one step further and say today they will quickly die and never know what killed them. Let's have a look at how this plays out in the marketplace today. But this quote really sets the stage for the challenge that leaders have and what they're looking for from knowledge management. Okay, we can, well, I'll come on to that. Let me explain it. Let's have some fun here. So let's look at these brands following Larry's dictum. They will never know what killed them. Many of you will know these brands intimately if you're of a certain age. Others of you will have heard of these brands, but I'll just pick one of them to illustrate my point. We'll take the Nokia phone bottom left picture. Oh, those of you of a certain age will remember the famous film, The Matrix, the first Matrix film that came out with the actor Keanu Reeves. And if you remember, it was one of the early incarnations of product placement. Today, it's everywhere. All the Bond films have it, etc. But this was one of the early incarnations of the corporate product placement directly in the plot line of the story. So if you remember the character in Matrix, he used this Nokia phone. It was instrumental in allowing him to move between dimensions and so on and so forth. At that time, Nokia, for most of us, was like a god company. You know, it was untouchable. You could never have imagined a world in which Nokia would not be existing as a mobile phone operator. They were dominant. Everybody had them, and many of you would have owned them as well. Well, within not even a generation, not even a working lifetime, right? Within a matter of less than a decade, they are non-existent, as are all of these brands, okay? And here's the interesting thing. None of these brands needed to have become obsolete, right? It wasn't that they struggled in the area of land, labor, and capital. These were some of the biggest and most powerful brands in the world, right? They struggled from their inability, and this was the point I wanted to make earlier, to future-proof themselves. And modern knowledge management, this is the big focus right now, is about helping organizations future-proof themselves. So hang on to that concept and let's develop it a little further. So I mentioned that I'm going to give you evidence that's fresh. So this is from, I do a lot of private client work with PwC. This is in the public domain, so you can all get hold of this. One of the great things that big global consultancies like PwC can do, that with respect, the Knowledge Management Institute can't do. We're a boutique specialist consultancy. They're a global, big, multidiscipline consultancy. They can do this, what they call their annual CEO survey. So this is from this year, 2023. They do an annual survey. They spoke to about 4,500 CEOs globally, okay? And 40% of those CEOs said, if they do not reinvent their company in the next 5-10 years, they will not be viable. So this is the speed of change that is occurring, the level of disruption that is occurring in organizations today, and the dilemma that leaders face. More important, Larry Prusak was right, more important than land, labor, and capital is the ability to become the continuous learning company, to become agile, to adapt, okay, and to be able to future-proof both the employees and the organization. Everyone knows that any brand you look at today, and we'll do a little story at the end to do with the automotive industry, any brand you can think of today is not going to be the same in 10 years' time. It's either going to have disappeared and been replaced by something else, or it's going to have pivoted to something else. Okay, Google began as a search engine, then mutated into other things like Google Doc, Gmail, etc. Many of you may or may not know Google has been experimenting with driverless cars, and Google also owns its own power supply. Okay, it buys more and more of its own. So wind farms, off-sea generation, Google has moved into that area. So the best companies are pivoting, and therefore they need a workforce that can be agile, can reskill, and can reimagine the organization. This is not an easy thing to do. As they say in this report, they need to reinvent themselves, and leaders can't reinvent the company, right? The entire organization has to be participant in that pivot. And this is why knowledge management is such a big deal today, about future-proofing the organization, about future-proofing the individual. Okay, let's build on that. All right, so as I say, the speed is getting faster, okay? McKinsey report says that 75% of the FTSE 500 companies will not be here by 2027, okay? So it's the speed at which companies are brands are dying out is increasing. We live in an exponential world of exponential change, and the speed with which companies can be replaced, AI is going to be one of the big killers of brands, for sure. You're either going to have to pivot or be out. So this is the challenge. This is, again, as I say, why it's such a big deal today. Okay, the pandemic, okay, was already, it's accelerated since the pandemic, but leaders began to realize that treating knowledge as a strategic asset, okay, was a key way to future-proof the organization. And as I say, so with the pandemic, it accelerated. That really opened their eyes to the fact that that's the case. I was mentioning to Dira just before we came on air that since the pandemic, the Knowledge Management Institute, our business has gone absolutely through the roof, right? With not realizing before the pandemic that we could deliver the course even more effectively via online than we did because we did face-to-face up until then. Pandemic changed it. We thought, what's going to happen? And the organization just got stronger because now we can run the courses 24/7, global footprint. We deal with lots of big corporates. They can have people join from everywhere. And as Dira mentioned, you know, these are 4 or 5 day intensive courses. They can drive the cost down significantly, and they can do big private classes for their employees around the world. But what's also interesting and dynamic for them is by having employees from around the world participate, they create a different dynamic in the course itself. So people are learning about each other, even though they work for the same organization. So treating knowledge as a strategic asset has become a key function. Okay, again, as I say, this stuff is all pretty fresh. So this is actually, again, 2023, the World Economic Forum. What's wonderful about these classes is these are, you know, I call them students, but these are all people like yourselves, you know, working people in organizations, etc. Everybody knows something, and we share in these classes. And somebody said, oh, you'd be very interested in the latest World Economic Forum report if you're talking about this future-proofing. Okay, so this is an independent global body that's, you can find this in the public domain as well. Okay, 44% of workers' core skills are expected to change in the next 5 years. Now pause and think about that. Think about that with two hats. Put on the hat of a CEO or a leader. What does that tell you? That tells you we have to reskill. And if we can't reskill internally, we have to employ for new skills. Okay. And over to the right, it shows you how the balance between machine operations and human operations will change. The types of jobs that can be done by machines and the types of jobs that can be done by humans. Either we reskill our current population to that degree, or we have to look at a whole new recruitment policy for future skills. That's why they say now, when they're recruiting for companies, one of the top skills they look for is sometimes even over intellectual prowess, is employee adaptability. How do we test and measure for employee adaptability? Because the odds are the company is going to pivot every 5 years. And so we need employees to almost forget what they learned in the first 5 years and learn again something new in the next 5 years. Are you comfortable with that? Do you have the skills to do that? So again, there is a huge opportunity here. So if I say, if you look at that with your hat of the CEO, you can see their worries and their concerns that they're going to have pivot. If you put your hat on as a knowledge manager, you see a massive opportunity, because knowledge needs to flow fast now through the organization. As people are skilling up on new things, that needs to be shared and moved fast across the organization. As Larry Prusak said, knowledge doesn't become a discipline, it becomes a force of production. Okay, almost like energy. It needs to flow and move fast through the organization. Okay, I'm seeing things in the chat. Just I'm assuming Unicom are taking care of it. If not, just come off mute if you have a question and interrupt me. All right, I'm going to have a drink of water. You take a read of this. I think this is a wonderful summary of this point of knowledge being a force of production.
Yes, Reuven, there was a comment just when you started, was that many of the organizations, let me get it up again. Dear Lord. Yes, many of our organizations fail to understand is that the consumers of knowledge, want access in it in different ways. A significant number of companies will have a YouTube presence, but also be on Facebook, Insta, and TikTok.
Great point. Now I'm going to come
other emerging platforms. So this this was very new, but it's standard approaches to many businesses.
Yeah, now this is a very interesting point, and it has another head to it, if you like. It's not just consumers that want to engage with companies in different ways and different mediums, etc. Here's the real challenge, and again, big headache for leaders, big opportunity for knowledge managers. The same is true of employees. Employees now want to engage with knowledge in the company in many different ways, and we'll come on to that in a second. So a very good point. Okay, let's build towards that point. Let's have a look here. Knowledge is the new natural resource of choice. Remember, we saw from the APQC survey, leaders see it as a strategic asset now. It's fascinating, this natural resource. It cannot be used up. It cannot be depleted, okay? It's like finding some magic elixir, right? When it is shared, it increases and expands in value. I think this is such a simple but powerful and brilliant way to look at knowledge and to understand the value, and as Larry said, why it is a force for production and why it's more important than land, labor, and capital, which can all be used up, okay? Which can all be finite, made redundant. That is not the case with knowledge and the knowledge economy and the continuous learning company. However, you can't go and buy the continuous learning company as a deliverable and then install it in the company. This is the challenge, right? It's not a technology play, right? There's plenty of tech. Tech supports knowledge. It's a culture shift play. And that's where They are looking for knowledge managers that can deliver the culture shift, not just knowledge managers that can manage processes. This is the big shift, the big challenge. Okay. Question, isn't it information that's the resource?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, okay, no, now this, we need to be really careful here, okay? If it was information that was the resource, that's old knowledge management, and that can be handled by machines, okay? But it's like there's a wonderful mantra that's going around at the moment. AI is not going to take your job, but the person who knows how to use AI is going to take your job, okay? Knowledge is about the experience, okay? The experience of doing anything. That doesn't, when I mean experience, I don't mean you've got years and years of experience, the experience of even something new, right? The problem solving experience of that, the process of discovery that happens as a result. And as we all know now, it used to be a dark secret, but now it's well talked about, 80% of any organization's knowledge is tacit. It's in people's heads. Only 20% is information, explicit knowledge, okay? And this is well documented in, well, I don't want to spoil the poll. We'll come on to that in a second. But hopefully that answers your question, but do...
there's another comment here.
Since knowledge can become obsolete, yes. It can effectively disappear like a resource. No, that's a myth, okay? So knowledge cannot become obsolete. The information and data can become obsolete. The experience of an obsolete system is still valid when innovating. Think of an engineering company. We decided we're not going to build bridges in this way anymore. So that the reports and documents and processes about how to build bridges with those techniques are redundant, but the experience of the engineer of building bridges, how to work with suppliers, how to work with different substances, materials, testing, all those human related experience is still valuable in order to pivot correctly to the next thing. So that's where we have to differentiate, okay? Then the experience, your experience of life never becomes obsolete. It just adapts to the next scenario that you're dealing with. Yes, the data and information can become obsolete.
And says, Rose says, let's entirely agree. We need to learn how to deal with AI so we can make the best use of our time and be more creative.
This is a very important, that's why this thing is called time, attention, priority. Time is the big factor here that we need to be focused on. So well spotted, Rose.
And then Mohammed says, all basic knowledge is essential. Otherwise, we will build random items / tech solutions that have no sense.
Spot on. You know how many times we said, you know, you've looked at people who have been great performers, whether in music or sport or whatever, and they tell you, what you don't see is the 10,000 times I made a mistake, right? Or take Dyson, the inventor, right? You think it was 1,000 prototypes before he got his vacuum cleaner concept, cyclone technology working. It's that's his experience that led him to that. So you're absolutely right. Great point. Okay, let's build on that. So if you haven't watched or aware of this guy, it's worth making a note and catching it on YouTube. There's this guy, he's called Eduardo Briceno, and what he did was he studied high performers in many, building on the point I just made, high performers in many disciplines, Elon Musk, musicians, artists like Beyonce, and so on and so forth. And he tried to see what was a common thread that occurred. And he realized that what happens with the people that can innovate and pivot and excel, high performers, he calls them, it's almost counterintuitive initially, but when you think about it, it makes sense. High performers like Elon Musk spend more time. So we have two zones that we operate in, our learning zone and our performance zone, okay? In anything in life, as employees in the company, learning zone, performance zone. So you might say the conference these 2 days is a learning zone component. your thing, but in between that, there may be some performance as well as you exchange ideas with people and work on a project or whatever. But generally, conferences are a place to learn. High performers spend more time in their learning zone than in their performance zone. Yet most employees in companies spend more time in performance and less time in the learning. And in the problem with that then is you cannot future-proof. It's only in the learning zone that you are able to try things out, experiment, and grow. Performance is all about applying and executing what you know. And so it's a really good video worth watching about this shift that needs to take place. And leaders, the best leaders, will start to realize that this is really important to free employees up to spend more. And that's where the great point that Rose made about time. AI will be one of the enablers to let us do this, right? It's not like AI is going to make those people redundant. It's going to make those jobs redundant. Now those employees need to pivot and go into a learning zone mode. Use AI to reinvent the company and future-proof the organization. Okay, good.
Mohammed has another point there. He said, we built the powerful computers, but still need to understand the basic binary code. Before that, we have to have a good understanding of logic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, there is an argument that this is why they feel AI is a game changer, that AI will start to be able to actually develop the logic as well. But your point is valid because we are making AI and we need to understand how we want to use AI, because the other thing to be aware of as well is there are going to be, as with the internet, many people who are going to abuse AI, okay, and use it for, let's say, less than ethical purposes, right? So we will need to think and share our experiences and figure out how we can control that, how we can monitor that, how we can protect people against that, right? The AI isn't going to do that. So we have to figure out how to do that. So you're absolutely right. Okay. So, time for a quick poll. So you're all knowledge managers. There's something called ISO 30401. I'll tell you what it is in a minute, but let's have a quick poll here. Now, the important thing to say about the poll, it's anonymous, okay? So it doesn't matter how you answer. We don't know who answers what. So it's good if you can answer it with your genuine thoughts, okay? We don't know, as I say, who's doing what. It just gives us a thing. So which one are you? Have you never heard of ISO 30401? Have you heard of it? Have you read some of it? And do you have your own copy? Which level are you on that spectrum? Go ahead and answer. Oh, I can't. I've got a dead screen because it's Kumar who's doing it, right? Okay. Okay, here we go. Excellent. So now take a look at these results. Now this is just a sidebar here. I can't help but do something about my course and my teaching and my beliefs. It's very important. You know, we all got survey fatigue. So let's not do knowledge management with long surveys. That's gone. Those days are dead and gone, right? But this is a pulse survey, which is very fast. And the value is you must share it with your audience immediately. So we all gain the knowledge, right? Not like when you finish, you do a survey and then you send it off and you have no idea what the company's doing with it, how other people answered. Pulse surveys are good because knowledge is moving fast. Look here how we've closed the loop. They call it closing the loop. Okay, 38, forget the numbers, just look at the percentages, okay? Because we have 24 people on the call, but only a few have participated. So don't worry about the numbers. Look at percentages as a knowledge manager in any organization. 38% have not heard of it. 31% have heard of it. Nobody belongs to the group I've read bits, and 30. So we got a third have my own copy. Okay. The ISO 30401, we can stop the poll there. The ISO 30401 is the first standard that we've ever had for knowledge management. Even though knowledge management began in '95, we've only had a standard since this came out, which was 2018. So have a look. Now, I did another talk for Unicom on ISO, so I'm not going to do that. I just want to make a very important point. As knowledge managers, if you don't know this document and you're not using this document, it costs like $100. You're missing a huge opportunity because it gives you incredible leverage in the organization. So here's the first point, and that kind of covers the point that somebody made earlier in the comments about information. Knowledge is intangible and complex, okay? It is created by people, okay? I've just selected a couple of quotes from this document. It's a 20-page document. You really should know it inside out as a knowledge manager today, because as I say, it's very topical. Stan Garfield, if you know Stan Garfield, is another leading practitioner in this space. He recently ran a workshop looking at ISO and talking about how you can leverage it in organizations. Organizations can know, this is directly from the document, okay, and this came out in 2018, even though KM's been around since '95. Organizations can no longer rely on spontaneous diffusion of knowledge to keep up with the pace of change. Remember what we talked about, future-proofing, brands that will disappear, being able to pivot, adaptability. Instead, knowledge must be deliberately created, consolidated, and applied. And here's the real driver, reused faster than the rate of change. Leaders have no idea how to do this, but they need to do this, and they know that they need to do this. That's why the role of knowledge manager is so in demand today, okay? But you've got to have those skills to be able to make that happen, to fire up the continuous learning company, to break through silos, and to have knowledge move around faster makes it more important than land, labor, and capital. That's a paradigm shift that we've not seen before.
Reuven, I'm going to interrupt you 1 minute.
Sure.
This is a comment regarding the poll. Anastasia says it's wrong. It's a wrong assumption that we are all here knowledge managers.
Oh, my apologies. Okay, Dira put me right. What is the right assumption?
That everybody here attending isn't knowledge management, but
okay, fair enough, fair enough. That was just me making a ridiculous, and this is good knowledge sharing, so you're putting me right.
Yeah, but there are some good knowledge managers here, Kim says.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, it would be kind of fun if you could put in the chat what other roles you've got, because I can then tie it back to what we're talking about. If you're not a knowledge manager, what are you? Would be useful to learn as we go along as well. But great point, Anastasia. My bad. I just assumed knowledge management conference, everyone's a knowledge manager. Bad assumption, bad knowledge. How do we get good knowledge? We share. And this is exactly what we're doing here in this mini version, is what they want to happen across the organization 24/7. People correcting and adjusting any misunderstanding or miscomprehension, etc.
Okay, there are some comments here.
I see. I'm with that was my jump cut. Mohammed, I was with you exactly. That you see, there is a point. Drucker says everybody is a knowledge worker. So maybe that was the phrase I should have said, is knowledge worker, and therefore he's right. Everyone manages knowledge, even if it's not your role. There's no way around that. And so now we know Anastasia's a business analyst, project manager. If there was time today, I would sit and if you don't know already, I suppose you do know Mohammed's point. Knowledge, and actually ISO, I really can't stress strongly enough. ISO says there should be no knowledge management department. Knowledge is exactly Mohammed's point. It's like oxygen, it feeds through all the departments, and the document, the ISO standard, in the last part of the standard, it goes through every function in the organization. HR, business analyst, business intelligence, risk management, learning and development. And it shows you how knowledge plays out in those different departments. Okay, very good. Craig, very interesting. Okay, so we're in accordance. Okay, so yeah, perhaps the survey was a tad unfair, but I would say, yeah, ISO, if you're maybe not so much if you're not directly a knowledge manager. Fair point, Anastasia. But I would think if you want to be on the head of the curve, grab it, get hold of it, right? And you only need one copy for the whole organization. They allow you to share it. Okay, good point. Let's build on that. All right, so again, from the World Economic Forum, just to show you how fast things are changing, okay? This is what they're saying is that a huge percentage of jobs are going to be new jobs that we've never seen before around green transition, climate change, according to the World Economic Forum, okay? The question to ask yourself is, how will the company pivot to that? How ready are we for that? How can we use knowledge management to get ourselves ready for that, to speed that transition for the organization? These are issues that will affect all companies. Nobody can take a pass on these. Okay, very good. So a bit of a wordy slide here, but I think it kind of captures what I've said. So I'm just going to ask you to speed read it on the right while I explain the concept that we've kind of all been talking about here, right? And drawing the differentiation between data and information and showing how important it is. If we all worked at the same company now, many of the employees, us, me specifically, would have been in danger of making wrong conclusions. And it's only by having this sharing, this continuous sharing, that we can adjust and learn things from each other. That's the point of knowledge. So this on the right, it talks about it again, reinforcing Larry Prusak's comment. It talks as a new form of capitalism, okay, and not and much more seen as a form of energy, systems, flows, that knowledge should be free to flow wherever it wants to go. This is why that ISO document is so unusual, because ISO usually is quite conservative, but this one's very progressive and very visionary. But if I look at this thing on the left, to make it easy sometimes for leaders to get to have an aha moment, this is Metcalfe's law on the left. So it just to give you a quick flavor. If you have 3 people in a network, there are 3 lines of communication. But as soon as you add one more person, there are actually 6 lines. As you add another person, 5, there are 10 lines. 6, 15. What happens is it's exponential growth. It's not linear. There is no one-to-one mapping. As you add more people to the network, there are more possible connections. If you think about that in your organization, there is a formula for Metcalfe's law. You can look it up. It's very easy. You can map out the potential. This is just the potential for sharing, right? Everybody knows things. How the modern knowledge manager and what the leaders are after is, can you fire up that network? Can you make all those connections live and active? So knowledge, it's not about finding a document or searching. It flows freely. It finds you when you have the problem. This is the modern company. This is the way that what they're looking for, and this is the way that they want to try and de-risk the chance of being made obsolete or being left behind. Okay, so a form of energy. Think of it like that. Okay, and why is the time right now? Here, we've never in history been in a position like this, where all these things are happening at the same time, okay? You can run your eye over these in your own time, but I'm going to just draw your attention to one of them, okay? That's the kind of 5th point down. The highest multi-generational workplace in history. We've never in history had 5 generations in the workplace today, okay? And that is a huge challenge. And that comes back, I can't remember who made the point about consumers in the chat. Consumers want to consume in different ways. This is very much the case with employees today. With 5 generations, there is a new generation, for some of you, me, my children would be the example, who do not use email. They only use email when they talk to people of my generation. Amongst themselves, email is a slow, inefficient modes of communication. They have far lighter, faster ways of doing that. Now, if you've got multi-generation and you've got multi ways of communicating, knowledge is in danger because it can become siloed in these different generational places where they want to share and contribute and collaborate. A huge challenge for organizations today is to understand the generational mix in an organization. We'll come on to that generational point a bit further. So this is from Dr. Moira Levy, another leading KM thinker. She put this on LinkedIn, I think last month. And I found it very interesting what she was saying. She said, I've been doing knowledge management for 20 years. She runs a company on knowledge management, even sells software for knowledge management. And she says, there is a divergence that's happening. The machine is going to do old knowledge management, the information stuff. The machines are going to get better and better. Think about the problems that companies have with search today, and then imagine a world in which, sorry, I'm just checking the time, in which you had Google inside your company, right? It didn't matter where any explicit knowledge sat, Google's going to find it for you, and it's going to rank it for you inside the company. That's coming and coming very, very fast. And so if you are a knowledge manager who's focused on that aspect of knowledge management, you, without being disrespectful, you need to be careful. That world is going to start to erode and be replaced by a Google-style interface for employees, which makes so much sense because too much time is wasted looking for things. Okay, therefore, what Dr. Moira Levy says, and which I agree with completely, is going to be a shift. These are the things that knowledge in blue at the bottom, change management, connecting people, culture of sharing, culture of innovation, that capturing tacit knowledge, people's experiences, as Mohammed mentioned earlier, that the machines can't do, right? Those are human-led operations. The machines can assist you in many ways, of course, community to practice, etc., but they have to be driven by humans, and that's what leaders are looking for today. That's where the value is for them. Very good. So we have one more last poll to have fun with, okay? So here's the scenario, okay? Imagine it in your own organization. A senior leader, maybe the CEO, whoever, somebody very senior comes up to you right now and they said, can you tell me, each of you, right, what is the generational breakdown in our organization? Do you know the generational breakdown in the organization? And how will we as an organization look in 5 years' time? Because obviously in 5 years' time, that the 5 generations may still be there, but the weighting of those generations will shift, okay? So we can launch the survey now. So which one are you? Yes, I can. Here you can present immediately, you have it to hand. Here are the numbers you're looking for, and I can give you the implications of this trend for our business. Or I have no idea, I'm sorry, let me get back to you on that. Or C, whilst I don't have the numbers you are looking for, I can present to you and the leadership team current generational analysis and insights for the generations in the global workplace today. Again, it's anonymous, so go ahead and participate. Let's see. The nice thing is people tend to participate, hopefully, in pulse surveys because they know they're going to get the result, which is the most interesting bit. You know your own answer, but you're curious to see how the cohort answers. So again, it's anonymous, so just jump in and do that. So this idea of understanding the generations in your workplace, it's not just a kind of quiz question or pub quiz question. It's absolutely mission critical because these generations have different needs, different aspirations, and as somebody mentioned earlier with consumers, they have different ways of working. That's a real challenge for the organization. As well as now, okay, I don't know, Kumar, if you want to share it. Okay, here we go. All right, so again, just focus on the percentages. Okay, so 21% of you, very impressive. You're able to do that immediately. Well, hats off to you. That's really the way to be. That's what you need to do, irrespective of your role. If you're in any kind of managerial or delivering business value, you need to do this. And again, a good percentage of you are not alive to it. That's fine. Now you have the opportunity to fix it. And again, roughly a third. You don't have it for the company, but you can give market trends. Now, the good news, we live in this era, you know, when I first started working in corporate world, you had to sign up for Forrester reports and everything, and you hoped that your boss would include you in the group that had access. Today, you can find everything for free. So all the big consultancies, and the two best on these are EY, Ernst Young, and Deloitte. They know this is a hot area, and they've put a lot of resource into it. So you can literally go to their website and ask generational analysis, and you'll get a ton of stuff with quite a lot of depth as well about what different generations are looking for. Like, for instance, Gen Z, the most recent group, they don't plan at staying at the company more than 3 years. There's a real knowledge challenge for you right there. So all of you, whatever position you're in, you can get the missing pieces externally about the marketplace, but internally, for the first bit, that group, you've done a lot more work to understand that, and that's not easy to do. So credit to you. That's the direction you need to do. All of us need to have on our fingertips to be able to answer that senior leader immediately. Because if you don't know the generation breakdown in your organization and the trend, what you're making decisions on imperfect knowledge, and dangerous decisions on imperfect knowledge. And that could cost the company, because we've seen the speed of change. Okay, great.
Okay, there's a comment, Reuven.
Yeah, go ahead.
It says, sorry, it's gone ahead a bit more. It said there's the generation. Oh dear, I can't get it up. There are two comments really. We have been heading towards a cliff edge in terms of generations. One of the key change is that younger generations are more willing to change.
They're more adaptable. Yeah, I can see.
Yes, yeah. Change a role as well as organizations they work for. Loyalty necessarily is of high value.
Yeah, isn't. So, and this is absolutely, we might not like it, but Mohammed is absolutely right. There's a generation entering the workplace for which loyalty is not a value. You cannot count on them to be with you for a long time, but they're talented, okay? And they're incredibly hardworking, okay? But they want access to power. Now, you can use them in many interesting ways. I talk about this on the course. It's not appropriate for today, but Mohammed is absolutely right on that. Okay, the next one.
And there is one from Craig Johnson. Answered C, as currently we have a high turnover rate in our industry. Our concern is slightly different, as we have a very young workforce and have already lost a lot of more older members that have experienced an understanding of why X or Y was performed in the past and how it integrates to the whole organization. Sorry.
So
the understanding.
The whole organization, Jess?
It moves away. So, sorry. I lost it now. Sorry.
It's okay. I've got it. Don't worry.
You got it.
Yeah, I've got it. Being younger, also, as other companies offer them something better, financial location, then we also lose them. It's absolutely right. So it's great that, you know, this is why it's so much fun, knowledge management today. We're getting validation from people in the marketplace right here, telling us all that this is confirming it. And then I just use this in the next course with the next group. I said there was Craig, a guy, he explained that he's picked up this observation as well. It's much more valuable when people can validate it with their own experience. That's knowledge sharing. Craig's experience as opposed to information and data. You need both, of course, but it's always worth more when it's got somebody's experience. And he's absolutely right. You've got a young generation that are shifting fast, okay? Even inside the company, they're shifting fast, okay? But they're talented. They can make those shifts. They're agile. So we need to exploit that. But they're also shifting up, across, and out, right? As Craig says. Then you've got the older generation who left with valuable knowledge in their heads, knowledge loss, knowledge flight, knowledge capture, knowledge transfer. Again, you'll see this is a huge theme. They call it knowledge flight in ISO. And there are a number of interesting modern techniques to capture that knowledge before it leaves, not the exit interview, which is ineffective, like the employee survey. Okay, so great points, and thank you for sharing, everyone. Okay, and then Duru, companies also evaluate employees. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I don't know that as evidence. I don't know that companies actually declare that, excuse me, openly, that we let. It's obviously an observation you've picked up, and it seems Mohammed agrees with you. I can't evidence that, and I don't. But it'd be great if you could show us some evidence of that. Or are you just giving us anecdotal experience, which is also, the US. Okay, so the US is we're running out of time, but the US is a fascinating place, because for some of us that I do a lot of courses in America, because KMI is an American company, it was a learning curve for me, right? In America, you don't have to give any notice, right? Unlike here in Europe, where it's 3 months notice, typically. Right? Employee can't let you go without giving you 3 months, enough time to try and find another job. And an employee can't leave a company without giving notice. Then it's the company's discretion. We might say, okay, you gave us your notice, you can go in 1 month. In America, you can, they call it at will. You can leave in many states. You can just literally walk in on the morning and say, I'm going tomorrow. This is my last day. And likewise, the employer can let you go as well. So because of that, the culture of loyalty is impacted. Duro, I hear what you're saying. Am I getting that right? Just give me a signal or come off mute. Yeah, so that is a real, think about that in terms of knowledge capture. Somebody could just go, you have no notice whatsoever. So you have to think of something much more innovative, which is where we come up with the concepts that we haven't got time today, but things like reverse mentoring, external communities of practice, etc., to continue that knowledge transfer, irrespective of whether the person's going. Yeah, so it's negotiable in the UK. The more it tends to be, the more senior you are, the longer the notice period you need. Yeah, no, I just thought it was the movies until somebody from America said to me on the course, no, this is reality. That's how it works in America, which I think is terrible, frankly, but for all kinds of reasons, but it is what it is. It must be something to do with American culture of freedom, right? Anyway, there we are. Very good. Okay, so this is the generations. We talked about this already, and you can find tons of this stuff on the internet in real detail about what they're looking for, their particular skills, echoed by a number of you in the chat as well. Okay, we're going to have to jump a little ahead because we got so into the conversation, the time has defeated us. So just going to go a little quicker here and then get to the last bit. But these are good examples of knowledge economy companies, okay? If you'd gone to investors, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago and said, I have an idea for a company with no assets, no marketing, no sales force, they would have just laughed you out of the building. Yet both of these organizations fit that bill exactly. Organizations built on knowledge as their asset. Uber know who wants to go from point A to point B, and Uber know who can take them from point A to point B. My value is bringing those two parties together. My value is the knowledge of that. Now they develop that even further. Many of you will know with Uber, when you finish your Uber ride, you rate the driver. Maybe less of you know that the driver rates you. Now you need to pause and think about that, right? Because that's valuable knowledge that cannot be found in data and information. That is the driver's experience of you as a passenger. Let's say I'm a young female student, I'm at university and I'm doing Uber driving in the evenings because I need the money. And I have a passenger who was very threatening to me or behaved in a way. I can message that back in my feedback and I no longer have to pick that passenger up. And that passenger's rating goes down. Why? Because it's critical for Uber. They have two customers, not one, right? They have the people who want to drive. I want that girl to drive for me, the Uber operator, and I want her to feel comfortable and safe. I will only send her passengers that are rated highly by other people like her that fit her profile as a driver, right? The knowledge economy, the value proposition is established by understanding the needs of both parties. And this is increasingly the way forward. So I do a lot of work in the Middle East. And for those of you that are from there or you know about it, they have this thing called the 2030 vision. And the key thing about the 2030 vision is they want to increase non-oil revenue from 16% to 50% by 2030, okay? It wakes up the entire society to the importance of knowledge sharing, okay? That's, they know more important than land, labor, and capital, that they have. What they do not have is the new economic models that will move them from oil production to non-oil. And if we look here from the think tank, just because of the interest of time, draw your attention to the second bullet point on the right. Key takeaway, number 2, by investing in a knowledge-based economy, the kingdom understands the importance of human capital for future economic development. Okay, they know they would love nothing better than for the next big digital innovation like TikTok to come from Saudi Arabia, not from, where does TikTok come from? There's a one that I'll just throw into the chat, because all the other ones come from the West Coast, right? Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, blah, blah, blah. But TikTok changed the game, okay? TikTok is Chinese. If you didn't know that, you know it now, right? The world is shifting. It can come from anywhere now. It doesn't have to come from the West Coast of America. They want to innovate things in their economy that can be global winners like TikTok. If you look at the revenues of TikTok, it will blow your mind. More than YouTube, more than Facebook. That's how much TikTok makes for the Chinese economy, okay? To come from Saudi Arabia. To do that, they need to empower people. They need knowledge to flow fast. People who from Saudi studied in America can come back and share what they know about West Coast startups, etc., etc. You get the idea. Okay. We're seeing this across the board. So I do a lot of work with pharmaceutical companies. They have to change, the entire organization has to pivot. It's pivoting from being a pill-centric industry, making pills and medications, to becoming a patient-centric. They want to be your life partner from cradle to grave, monitoring your health on a personalized basis. For a pharmaceutical company to get that position in our lives, they need new skills. They need a new culture in their organization. And that's what they're saying. We have to change to stay alive. Otherwise, Google might go into pharmaceuticals and do much better job of being your life doctor. Google with you wherever you are, whatever age you're going through, whatever difficulty, stress, divorce, obesity, Google's your life medical partner and takes that space. That's the pressure. Like we saw with 2030 in Saudi Arabia, they also have one. Everybody now is under impetus to shift. Health service in the Middle East, again, they need to shift from being here, service-centric to patient-centric. That requires a mind shift. That's why knowledge management is, we do so much work in this part of the world. Okay, now this from APQC 2023, this year, what qualities do they looking for from a knowledge manager? Number 1, change management, right? Number 2, design thinking. Number 3, storytelling. Okay, that's where the value is. Are you adept at doing these things? Exactly. There you go. Thank you, Mohammed. I don't know you, but we are simpatico. More valuable than gold or oil. Absolutely. That was the point of my talk. So thank you so much for that. Okay, so let's look at these qualities and let me see if I just enough time to do one quick. I'm going to take storytelling as an example, okay? And I think that'll get us to the end of our show. So be a good knowledge manager, you need to be a good storyteller. Now, there's lots of different ways of telling stories, but I'm just going to give you an example of a story. Well, you'll have to decide if I'm a good storyteller or not. But you saw earlier, we were talking about Uber. Okay, so Uber changed the car market. Let's build on that, and I'll tell you a story in 3 slides that if we were a car company would wake everybody up. Okay. All right. So Let me just check that. I'm missing anything. Rose, you're in good shape. All right, so if you think about Uber and you think about the coming of driverless cars, okay, Uber is already in trouble. So Uber decided it had to pivot again, almost eat itself, right, and invest in driverless cars. So we invested about $1 billion in driverless cars in 2020. They couldn't make a go of it, so they sold all that to another company that's specializing in driverless cars. So they couldn't make the pivot. They're now trying Uber Eats and pivoting again, right? There's many different ways to pivot, right? That pivot didn't work out, cost them $1 billion, didn't work out, but it did work out. I'm just telling you a story of cars in 3 slides. Okay, it worked out for this company. I was in San Francisco earlier this year on holiday with my family. My children started freaking out when on 3 different occasions, a car passed us and there was no driver in the car. Okay, I had somebody from America who confirmed. So this was in San Francisco. We were on holiday. This company's called Cruise. It's a 24/7 driverless taxi service, right? You're out with your friends late at night. Somebody you don't have to feel worried or vulnerable if you're going home in different ways. You get ordered, you have your account, you order the Cruise account, you order the driverless car, your friends see that you got into the car and you're safe, and it takes you home. Now, the guy from America said, yep, I live in Dallas, and we just launched it in Dallas, okay? Now look at the pivot from Uber, okay, couldn't get the driverless cars, to Cruise now delivering driverless cars. Think of all the industries that are going to be impacted, taxi services, etc., by the coming of driverless taxi service, okay? And now let me pivot again, all within a space of a few years, okay? Then, and we'll finish on this point here. This is the last slide. Does anybody know what we're looking at here? What is this picture of? Craig is right. Okay, I'm just going to finish the story here. So I'm going to just use cars. Okay, so we had Uber disrupting the car industry, driverless cars disrupting Uber. And this is NEOM, the city of the future. They call it the city of the future, but they're building it now, okay, on the coast of Saudi Arabia. It is a completely carbon neutral green city of the future. Okay, well, I call it city of the future. As I said, they're building it now. It's called the line or NEOM, depending which word you use. And here's the key point. It has no cars. There are no cars in this city of the future. So if you're in the car industry, you just got pivoted out of existence, right? That is the speed of change that we're talking about. And I see Dira's appeared in front of me, so I'm going to thank you all for your time.
Yes. No, that was a very informative session. Do you want to finish off, Reuven, just in 2-3 minutes? Or are we done?
Good. No, I'm good.
You're
I think
good?
everybody
Okay.
got, thank you. I'd just like to say thank you to everybody. It's so much easier to present when it's interactive and the conversation actually helps develop the presentation, because then penny drops for everybody. We just, as a group, we illustrated modern knowledge management, more valuable than gold or oil, as Mohammed would say. I love that. Thank you, everybody. And you can catch me at KMI.
Okay. Thank you, Reuven. And a big thank you to all our delegates also. So everybody at Unicom joins me to thank the speakers as well as the delegates. And now we look forward to our next KM event, which will be in February and in Manchester. So please look us up on our webpage, and of course, look up for KMI Institute's course also. It's a very good course. So thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye,
Thanks.
everybody. Bye.